Hello everyone and welcome to the channel. I'm Emmanuel, I'm an Airbus pilot, and today we are going to fly in what, in terms of aviation, is probably my favorite area out of my entire route network. That's obviously the Caribbean. Now, not only do you have challenging weather conditions here all around, with showers going through which can occasionally be so strong that you can completely lose visual contact without even seeing that coming, but also beautiful visual approaches and in general a beautiful visual condition. Now, today we are standing, you probably guessed it in the comments already, in the A320 at Fort-de-France Airport. We're going to first of all fly up to Pointe-à-Pitre and then from there on to Saint-Martin. I'm kind of pronouncing that French today because, well, we are flying Air France after all. Overall, a couple of short 30-minute flights that are coming up, and I do hope that we are really going to enjoy those. Overall, a beautiful area to fly in, and a couple of very short flights leading to quite some action en route. So overall, I do hope this is going to become quite a promising day. Okay, so first of all, let's go ahead and join our cockpit of the A320. We're going to do a basic power up over here, and when the aircraft is running, then we will decide what to do. Now, we are going to do a couple of flights from the left seat, from the right seat today. You guys gotta decide which seat we're going to start on, but as a matter of fact, as it is Airbus SOP to power the airplane up from the FO seat, we are going to go over to the FO seat for now, and then we might change the seat later on, depending on what you guys decide where you want to fly today. Now, I do believe it is actually possible by now to actually start a poll on that. Indeed it is. So, I am just going to set that up. So, CP and FO. Right, you guys gotta get to decide that. We are going to start the poll, and by the time we have finished our walk around, that is where we basically dive into the roles of captain and first officer. And by that time, depending on whatever is got the most votes in the poll, that is what we're going to fly upon. So, first of all, starting our basic aircraft setup though. So let's go for it. The engine master switch is off, start selector norm, weather radar is off, gear lever down, wipers off. Battery has more than 25.5 volts, so we can turn that on and turn on the external power. Okay, the plane is powering up, so while that is the case, let's quickly go into the electronic flight bag and we are going to import today's flight. And have a very quick look at it over here. So, interestingly enough, looks like the time in my simulator is not correct here. Let's quickly go ahead and correct that. So we're going to switch it over to real time. And for the weather, in case you're wondering, no, I did not select clear skies. It is active sky that is providing our weather today. Okay, so we've got about 25 minutes until we are ready to go. And then let's go right over into the flight plan itself. So for the weather, at our destination Pointe-à-Pitre, we are basically looking at a couple of clouds over here, and we've got some temporary 4,000 meters visibility and showers of rain. That is what I meant with Caribbean showers. You can really lose visibility very quickly in there. And even those 4,000 meters here are more of a best case scenario. That can go down really, really quickly. Okay, so apart from that, the weather forecast is looking good, and for our alternates, for some reason they gave us San Juan over here, which is a little bit far away, but basically we just go back to our departure airport. That is what we filed for. So as you can see, weather in Fort-de-France is very good, and if we look at the significant weather chart, nothing on there. The wind chart, very light winds, so overall some very good flying conditions. No turbulence, no nothing expected. Okay, with all of that, let's go ahead and make a fuel decision over here. We got 3,700 planned takeoff fuel. Tell you what, including APU usage, let's simply make that 4,000 kilos of fuel, then we should be more than good to go. Okay, so weight and balance, and we're going to load up 4,000 kilos in here, and then apply that. Passenger load is looking good. We're going to use GSX for the boarding and the loading, and well, just gotta keep it on the FO side for a few moments in order to do the rest of the setup here. So APU fire test, is looking good, and the APU master switch can come on. APU starter, 3 seconds later, which is about now, can come on as well. Very good. Okay, so then our APU is starting. Let's go ahead and turn on the IRSs 1, 2, and 3. And with that, we are basically down to the EFB setup. So let's go ahead and have a look into the poll right now and see what kind of votes we are getting. And indeed, it looks like right now the first officer is leading with 60% of the votes. Okay, in that case, it's quite clear we are going to stay on the first officer side for the first sector of the flight. Now, the second sector is then going to be done from the captain's seat and so on. Okay, so camera, pilot view, and it's gonna be co-pilot. Hello there. Okay, right back inside, please. That's looking better. And here we are. So, FO seat it is today for the first flight. Then let's go ahead and do a little bit of preliminary performance over here. Runway 10 dry. We're just going to synchronize the preliminary load sheet and the weather. We'll make it slightly heavier, 58 tons, so that we get some better data. And do we have any intersections? No. Okay, so calculate that. Flaps 1 takeoff, 53 degrees, and that's all looking good. So for our route, then we can prepare the operational flight plan here as well. Leadhouse 1 Romeo departure, runway 10, that is looking good. So let's go right into the Navigraph setup. And we've got the airport chart down here, parking stand charts over there. And for our departure then, we take the SID chart Romeo 10. That's looking good. Okay, so I know you guys like it, so let's bring on the cabin announcements as well over here. I know you guys like those. Okay, cool. So then aircraft acceptance. So recall for 3 seconds, and that is looking good. We have nothing on the hold item list. Logbook and MEL are looking good. Aircraft configuration summary. That's a good point. Let's just quickly go ahead and go into the sim settings and use the airline settings over here. So here we go, and then finally, let's see, I believe it's controls, yeah, link left and right, that's looking good, perfect. Okay, perfect. So the cabin sound pack today is coming from the Phoenix Cabin Announcement Discord. They have some really good ones down there, so really recommendable. Really recommendable. Okay then, so preliminary takeoff performance is calculated, then let's go ahead and see. So we've got 1800 psi oxygen pressure, the hydraulic quantities are looking good, the engine oil quantities are looking good, flaps are in agreement, and the ground spoilers are disarmed. Let's check the alternate brakes then, park and brake off, press the pedals, and we are seeing brake pressure over here, so park and brake can come back on again. Okay, perfect. So emergency equipment is checked, rain repellent is checked, and with all of that we are ready to go out for the walk around. So since it is the captain doing the pilot monitoring on the first sector, obviously it is also going to be the captain who is going to conduct the walk around. So this is always the problem now, getting outside the airplane when passengers are coming in. That's why I really prefer to do the walk around before we start the boarding, and most importantly be back before we start the boarding. Especially in the A330, because in the A330 we usually leave the airplane through the aft door and go out to start the walk around from here. And then obviously when you come back in and you gotta walk those 60 meters to the front, while every passenger is going to try to go the opposite direction, that can be a little bit of a pain occasionally. I'm sure you guys have no idea whatsoever as to why that may possibly be the case. Okay, irony off then, let's go ahead and start a walk around, and we're going to have a look at our lovely aircraft. So the livery itself comes from the Phoenix Livery Manager, and it just is a beautiful airplane. They really did so well by getting the help from most of our famous community painters, who have done some absolutely awesome liveries for the Phoenix 320. I mean, just look at this. Just look at... You're going over the details, and all of a sudden you see that the avionics door is actually sealed down here. That's a really cool little detail that you've got. Okay, so apart from that, general walk around, you guys are familiar with the 320, so I'm not going to comment on everything. We're just going to do it. Okay, so I was just about to say, when you're walking next to an open cargo door, always have a look at the other side. There might be a vehicle coming that could run you over. And guess what? It happens right at that moment. That's what I call show effect. Alright. So the engines themselves looking wonderful today. No kind of damages. The leading edge is looking very good. It's a pretty new aircraft, isn't it? And the latches are closed as well, so those things are not going to fly away. So now comes the time again where I forgot to turn on the lights. That's pretty much becoming a running gag on this channel, isn't it? Forgetting to turn on those lights for the walk around. Well, suppose that stuff does happen. Okay then, the landing gear itself is looking good. No kind of damages whatsoever. Then we can go over to the other end side. Have a look at the aft part of the plane. So, Beluga on PC is asking, good afternoon Emmanuel, I really like those automatic announcements on the Phoenix A320. Is there anything similar for the 737? I think there is an app that can do stuff like that, but I don't think such data is really available right now. So for the 737, I'm afraid there is currently not something as good as that. However, I do have to say that they are considering that kind of stuff for the 777. I can't go into any kind of details right now, but they have confirmed in public that they are considering stuff like that for the 777. So I'm kind of hoping that we are gonna get something like that. And I'm pretty sure that if we do get it for the 777, then we're also going to get it for the 737 as well in a later version. So gonna be interesting to see what they are gonna come up with. Right now, no such stuff available, but at a later point, hopefully it will actually be. Okay, so back to the cockpit, and we can go back and take a seat on the FO seat over here. Alright, lovely. Then let's go ahead and do our basic ACAS setup over here. So AOC menu, flight inner, data request. Go ahead and get that. And Kevin asking, does the walk around on the 330 start from the aft door because the vertical stabilizer is inspected first, or is it to do with avoiding using a jetway? It's indeed related to the jetway, but not because we want to avoid to use it, but because over in Frankfurt there is simply no ladder down from the jetway. So if you go outside, you gotta go through the door at the back of the plane, and you simply cannot go outside through the front, because otherwise you'd have to go to the terminal. There they would have to open the doors for you, and well, that would just be a whole lot of a mess getting all of that done. So for that reason, we're doing things this way around, and we just leave the plane through the back. Obviously, when you are at a place where you do have those front stairs available, you go down from the front part of the plane, but that's just how it works over here. Okay, so let's see if the weather has arrived already. Yes. So, QNH 1014, might as well just dial that in immediately. And then the rest of the weather is looking good for a runway 10 departure the way it seems. Nice. And we also have a preliminary load sheet over here. So it's not all that busy of a flight. 53,700 kilos over here. Registration X-Ray Sierra is correct. Crew 2 and 4 is correct. So 112 economy passengers expected today. That's really not all that busy. Okay, portable water 100%, very good, and fuel in tanks 4,000. We're gonna accept that. Okay then, let's go ahead and just request the basic flight plan here, database. Oh, tomorrow is IRAC date, look at that. Gotta keep that in mind, that we update our IRAC tomorrow. Okay, so basic flight plan request is on file, and then let's go ahead and start with our cockpit setup. We will try to make an on-time departure over here. Kiki Mimi is asking in the comments, hello, can you show how you put the announcements from the Phoenix coming from a French airline? Yeah, basically I kind of learned how to do these things, how to set the airplane up correctly for those announcements from British Afcheek. He did a really good tutorial on that stuff on his YouTube channel, so make sure to have a look at that. And finally, if you really want to find good announcements, I can very much recommend the official, well, the official unofficial Discord, let's call it like that, the Phoenix Cabin Announcement Discord. They got a lot of very good packs over there. Can really recommend to check that out. And British AFG's tutorial is superb. I really have nothing to add to that. Okay, why is it commanding a full flap extension? That's strange. Certainly not supposed to do that. Interesting. Okay, well... Here we go. Flaps back up. Thank you. I just love those French announcements. They're nice, aren't they? They're really nice. Okay, so 14th of May today, and then going down we have pretty much everything set up down here already. Transponder number 2, Squawk 2000. Really not sure why they put VFR Squawk in there by default. Okay, so we are the Air France 607 today, cost index 20, cruising at flight level 160. Our alternate is Fort de France again. Very good. I'm gonna keep all that stuff by default. Ground temperature 32, please. Okay, so departure, runway 10, and let's see about the SID. Aircraft loaded, perfect. That was quick. Okay, lead us 1 Romeo. So guys, just don't ask me for a French announcement, okay? I'm probably not gonna do a French announcement for the arrival. Or for the captain's announcements. Romeo 12 over in use and Papa Romeo. So let's actually have a quick look into the charts as to what kind of arrival we have there. If the weather is good, I want to fly a visual approach, but with that weather forecast and those showers in the area, I have a feeling we might not necessarily be able to do a visual, so let's just quickly go ahead and have a quick look over here. Okay, so that looks like the default arrival here for the ILS approach runway 12 via Pointe-à-Pitre. So ILS Yankee via PPR is in. Awesome. Okay, excellent. Then for our emergencies, we gotta go to Fox Delta Fox emergency 1. Put that in here, new waypoint. Okay, so TFFF 10 slash, what's the runway heading? 095 slash 25. What database? What did I mess up? TFFF X1. Oh, sorry, we had that. TFFF 10 slash 095 slash 25. Okay, must have been a typo. Fine. So FDF X1, that's what we're looking for. Gonna hold over there, 095. Right hand turns is looking good, climb at 3000, and then we're gonna set up an immediate return if we have to. Okay, new destination is in, and for the approach it's gonna be the ILS Zulu runway 10, and that's it. Now same thing on the fix info page, GFFF 10 and radial 095, and for the emergency point Fox Delta Fox X1. Here we go, that is looking good. Alright, we don't need anything on the nav aids. Over here we can go with our departure runway 10, and then over to the weights. So, should probably have a final load sheet by now. Let's have a look, then we can just insert that directly. Spare ourselves a little bit of the work here. Yeah, final load sheet is here, awesome. 53.7. And a center of gravity of 30.2. That is easy going. And the block fuel 4,000 kilos, and that's indeed what they loaded as well. Perfect. Okay, so in terms of the fuel figures, let's just go ahead, put that in. So we're looking 3 contingency, 1.2, 1.1. It's quite a lot of rounding up, so I have a feeling we might as well just get a little negative extra fuel. Let's see. Yeah, tiny negative extra fuel, that's okay. That's gonna change by the time we're en route anyway. So flaps 1 takeoff. Let's see, takeoff CG 29.1, and if we have a look over here, we can see that's about minus 0.25 for the trim. Slash down 0.2. Okay then, takeoff data. Let's see what we have over here. Maybe we can just update that with the final data as well. So calculate, flaps 1, down 0.1, down 0.2, that's good enough. 53 degrees flex, 21, 35, 35. Okay, so 53, and then we've got 121, 135, and 135. Noise abatement procedure number 2. I want an acceleration of 1500. Nah, ain't gonna do that. Let's override that. And here we go. Okay, so that does look good to me. The weights are looking good. I'm gonna accept that. And then, well, that's our basic setup completed. Alright, so quickly gonna check our route to make sure that everything is looking okay there. So runway 10 departures, initial climb 7,000. Here we go. Constraints, VORs, and flight plan. Then we can quickly have a look over here. So our routing is leading us to 1600 feet, then Leraf, which is an overfly waypoint, as you can see by the full circle that you got down there. And then flight plan, so 1600 Leraf overfly point, as is indicated by the triangle. And then it's going to be left and turn towards Marted and then on towards Leaders. And in here we got Marted and then Leaders. And all of that is shown on the flight plan as well. Perfect. Gones, PPR, arrival, perfect. Okay, awesome. So all that good stuff is in. Now, Ahmad is asking in the comments, do you only fly the Rolls-Royce Trent 700 or also GEs or PWs? Would enjoy more A330 footage like the last one with the TCA side stick. I do also fly the GEs, no Pratts unfortunately. And, well, I'm trying to do a little bit more stuff in the real plane, but it's a little bit hard, you know, to meet the demands of what people want to see on my channel while at the same time complying with the airline rules of what we're allowed to do and what not. So I just gotta figure out a little bit on how to get that right. And CM Films asking, Airbus Emmanuel, is this a real world flight? Yes, it absolutely is. Okay, so Tyler Aviator 99, can I at least try French announcements? Okay, well, let's give it a try. Well, I've got to go to the captain's side for that anyway, so might as well do it now. So, first things first, thank you. Bonjour, mesdames et messieurs, je m'appelle Emmanuel et je suis your capitaine on today's flight. Well, we'll try that again in English. Bonjour, ladies and gentlemen, from the flight deck, this is your captain speaking. My name is Emmanuel, and in the name of Air France, welcome aboard our flight 607 to... Where are we going? Fort de France to... Oh god. This is embarrassing. Pointe-à-Pitre. Okay. Bonjour, ladies and gentlemen, from flight deck, this is your captain speaking. My apologies for the interruptions, we just got a call from air traffic control there. My name is Emmanuel, and you're all welcome aboard Air France flight 607 to Pointe-à-Pitre. Flight time today approximately 30 minutes at a cruising altitude of 16,000 feet. We would like to welcome you all on board. I'd like to ask you to follow the cabin crew's safety demonstration that is going to start in a few moments, as that is not just for your own safety, but also for the safety of the passengers sitting around you. Thank you very much for your attention, and once again, welcome aboard. Okay, that much for my French skills. Okay. So, let's see, they can slowly start preparing everything for a pushback already. And then we can go ahead and start our... our briefing. Okay, pilot monitoring. This time the captain. It's your turn. Okay, so takeoff runway is runway 10 full length. We are going to fly on the Leaders 1 Romeo departure. Initial climb 7,000 feet. MSA 3000 is going to keep us safe. Extra fuel and time, we're pretty much looking at 0. It says minus 0.2 at the moment, but we got a lot of values rounded up in here, so I'm pretty sure that's not going to be a problem. Also, we can just do a wind request, see what's going to happen. We do have a light tailwind on the arrival. or on the entire flight actually. Okay, so we don't have any hotspots for the taxi, but we do need to do a little bit of backtrack there. Stop margin for a rejected takeoff is over 1,000 meters, and in terms of engine out, we are just going to fly straight at 25 miles out to the open ocean, climbing 3,000. For an immediate return, we have very good weather over here, long runway, maintenance is available, so for an immediate return it's going to be the ILS approach back in runway 10, and that's all prepared in the secondary flight plan already. Now, we are below the maximum landing weight, so no problems there as well. I don't have any special or non-standard operations today, so do you see any threats for this departure? Well, yes, the only threat I have actually are birds, but there's not all that much we can do about it. In case we do get a bird strike, we are going to check the engine numbers. If everything's operating fine, we just continue, and if we do get problems with the engines, we go into the standard abnormal procedures today. And that's pretty much it. Anything to add? No? Perfect. Then let's go ahead with the cockpit preparation checklist, please. Gear pins and covers removed. Fuel quantity 3,960 kilos balanced. Seatbelts on. ADIRS. nav. Baro RAF. QNH 1014. Cockpit preparation checklist complete. Okay, wind data uplink is here. What's the arrival fuel now? 2.4, and that's still minus 0.2. Not a problem. Interesting though. Minimum destination fuel on board 2.3. Extra minus 0.2. But over here it says estimated fuel on board at destination 2.4. That's interesting. So the extra should be plus 100. Interesting. Was it maybe because of taxi fuel, as this one probably takes taxi fuel into account? Let's see, if we change that to 0.4, what's going to happen? Oh yeah, there we got it already. Okay, fair enough, that's fine. Well then, let's go ahead and grab our pushback clearance. Before start checklist. Park and brake. Set. Takeoff speeds and thrust. V1 121, VR 135, V2 135, flex 53, windows closed, and the bacon is tasty. Before start checklist complete. Okay then, ground from cockpit, go ahead. So, please confirm all ground checks complete, doors and hatches closed, and the pin is installed, and the airplane is ready for pushback. That's all confirmed. Roger, our pushback is approved, facing west, park and brake set. Roger, release park and brake. Park and brake released, clear to push, and we're standing by for the engines. Roger. And off we go. That was a quick one. And exactly on time, right on the hour. Perfect. That's how we want to do it. Kind of strange hearing those French announcements. I mean, I don't know, I'm so used to English. Dreamboy Cat in the chat. The ATC interruption excuse is great when you mess up with the PA. I take note. A couple of guys asking about the mouse that I'm using. I'm using a Logitech MX Master 35. And the reason you guys see it so small is because my screen is in 4K, but the streaming software is scaling it down a little bit. Because apparently my internet doesn't seem fast enough to stream 4K, which kind of surprises me, but okay. Alright then, let's go ahead and start the engines. Number 2 and 1 in that sequence. Engine 2 start. Okay, and 1 starts rotating. Interesting tire position down here. That surely can't be healthy. Okay, push complete, set your brakes please.
This is a non-smoking flight.
Park and brake set, and we've got a good start on number 2, we're starting number 1.
Allowed during takeoff and landing. We will now show you the safety procedure. May we please
okay, number 2 is avail, starting 1. And Ahmad asking in the comments, do I prefer the Rolls-Royce or the GE engines more on the A330 and why? Actually the Rolls-Royce, because they are a little bit more responsive and they just have more power. But they're also more reliable. The only thing that I don't like about the Rolls-Royce that much is that you operate them on EPR, even though, as I explained in my video dealing with EPR, we're basically just looking at the N1 values anyway, but that means you don't have that blue donut in order to set your target V1, or N1, not V1. Okay, so we've got 2 good starts. You're clear to disconnect. Show me the sign on the right hand side, please, and have a wonderful day. And here's the clear signal. Perfect. Gotta keep both packs operating on the taxi over here because it is just very hot and humid in the Caribbean. 32 degrees right now. Okay, gotta wait for that ATR over there anyway. Then let's go ahead with the after start checklist, please. Anti-ice, off, ECAM status, checked, pitch trim. Yes, 29%, yeah, 29% set. Rudder trim, neutral, after start checklist complete. So, still waiting for the ATR, then we might as well just do the flight control track over here. Full up, full down, neutral. Full left, full right, neutral. Rudder, full left, full right, neutral. Okay, the traffic's gone, perfect. Let's go for taxi then. Clear right side, clear left side, park and brake off. Looks like it does need a little bit of a breakaway thrust. So brake check. Pressure 0. Okay, number 2 behind the other ATR over there. And we don't need to go all that fast. I hope he doesn't backtrack. But I have a feeling he will. Even though I would be positively surprised about the simulator's AI if the ATR indeed does not backtrack. I mean, in the real world I'm pretty sure they wouldn't. Okay, we'll just keep it slow. ATR will go first anyway. In the meantime, I don't have any changes to the takeoff briefing. Conditions are the same, pretty much everything the same. Bonjour, Emmanuel here. Merci. Okay, taxi checklist please. Flight controls, checked. Flap setting, conv 1+F, radar and predictive wind shear, on order. Engine start selector, norm, ECAM memo, takeoff no blue. Taxi checklist complete. A little bit of a right drift over here. So now comes the big question, what is the ATR going to do? Metal Eye, hi, nice to see you here in the comments. Pegasus or Turkish Airlines pilot? Well, maybe. I just can't help myself but have the feeling that the ATR up there is going to backtrack, and then we just don't need to go any faster. And even if they're not going to backtrack, they're just flying so incredibly slow. I do believe they climb out at 170 knots, if I'm not mistaken. So we'd get departure delay anyway. So what's the use of going fast right now? And Yannick, am I using Active Sky today? Yes, I am. The weather is coming right from Active Sky over here. Which you can kind of see, you know. The simulator by itself just wouldn't give you these very small layers of clouds. The simulator itself just would make them much thicker. But indeed, in most parts of the world, actually, when you've just got some fewer scattered cloud layers, they usually aren't that thick. So I tend to say this actually looks pretty good over here. So what's the ATR doing? Is he going to backtrack? Yes, he is. Okay. Well, that means we gotta take our time. And Ahmad asking, why is it Pegasus or Turkish Airlines style here? The reason for that is quite simple. They are getting paid for the actual block hours. What's the ATR doing there? That looks interesting. So, in Turkey in general, pilots are paid for the actual block hours and not for, you know, the scheduled flight time, etc. And that means that if they just go a little bit slower, they make more cash out of it. And for that reason, you often see Turkish Airlines or any Turkish operator, they usually taxi very, very slow. Unless they got to catch a slot or something, then obviously they go fast as well. So, of course it does happen that they taxi faster, but usually they are just going very, very slow. Okay, so the ATR is gone, then let's just run the TCAS to see if there's anything on the approach that we can't see yet. But that looks pretty clear to me. The ATR should start popping up there any moment now. Yep, there it is. So a little bit of rising terrain right after the runway that might result in a little bit of turbulence. Just got to keep that in mind. And then we just gotta wait until the ATR is a little bit further away. But since we still gotta backtrack, that shouldn't be a problem anyway. Okay, so strobe lights are coming on. We are clear on the right side, clear on the left side. The ATR is not flying an immediate return either, it seems. That's okay. Excellent, so unfortunately we did not have intersection takeoff data available in our performance calculator. That means we just gotta do a quick backtrack over here and take the full length for the departure. Cabin crew, prepare for departure. Gonna wait a little bit longer with the packs because it does get pretty hot pretty quickly. And Juleson asking, when do you set the engine mode selector to any other position than norm? That's basically when you encounter severe turbulence or severe precipitation. So in those cases where the engines might be prone to flame out due to outside conditions, that's when you use the ignition start position. You don't need to use it when running anti-ice because the plane does control that stuff automatically. It's an Airbus after all, so it is rather smart. And, well, that's basically that. Okay then, packs coming off. We do need 20 seconds until we can go from the moment we put the packs off, but I don't really see any problems there. Okay then, lineup checklist. Takeoff runway, 10 full length, TCAS, TARA, packs 1 and 2, off, lineup checklist complete. Okay, 20 seconds are achieved, takeoff. Manflex 53, SAS runway, A thrust blue. Thrust set. 100 knots, checked. Well, V1, rotate. I'm missing the auto call. Positive climb, gear up. Nav, checked. Thrust climb, A thrust. First pack is on. Flap 0. Speed checked. Flaps 0. And pack 2 is coming on as well. Some beautiful low-lying clouds over here. That's looking really good, isn't it? In general, those sky conditions here, they are pretty good, aren't they? I do really like those. Okay then, climbing to flight level 160. Is that a flight level actually, or is that still an altitude here? Okay, transition altitude 9000, so it is a flight level. Good! So, overflying Leraf, and then we can start our left-hand turn. They did improve the flight director with one of the recent updates, did they? It surely does feel like you can fly a little bit more accurate now with the flight director. Look at those... Well, look at those reefs down there whenever you can see them. Yeah, look at that. Beautiful Caribbean. That's really the reason why I like to fly here so much. Interesting turn prediction here, though. Well, just gonna update that. Typical 737 phrase. Update that direct for me, please. Oh, interesting. Leraf is still on there. Okay, well, we'll take Martet. Set standard. Standard cross-check passing flight level 9-4. Now. Checked. So looking at flight radar, it seems to me like they mostly just fly direct to the destination anyway, so let's just go direct PPR. And passing 10,000. We'll accelerate first and then we'll do the flight deck setup part of things in a few moments. And this is looking just about perfect. And switch higher power. Did you take off from TFFF? Yes. An A380 captain asking, why don't you use your mini FCU? Well, that's quite simple, because if I was to use it, it would confuse most of the users. I do use it off screen, but whenever I'm doing something on screen over here, or when I'm recording something, I really prefer to have you guys see exactly what is going on. And since you can't really see anything when I'm using the mini FCU, for that reason I prefer not to use it on my videos, but believe me, I do use it quite a bit on any of the stuff that I do off screen. Okay, so we need a pilot monitoring here, overshooting the speed a little bit. Let's not climb too quickly. Speed, vertical speed, 3000. Let's see if the plane is able to maintain that once we reach our target speed. Yeah, that looks about fine. About at the maximum thrust, but it can do it. Nice. Okay, so let's quickly go ahead and request ourselves some weather over here. So, Tango, Fox, Fox, Romeo. Request that radar. And vertical speed 2000. Just look at how precisely you can fly that with a flight director. That's quite awesome, isn't it? This is really quite awesome. And we're reaching about 1,000 to go. And here we are. Okay, so let's see what our destination weather says now. If we gotta fly the full approach or if we can just go straight in visual. And we have got 10 kilometers, scatter 3,300, broken 3,900, tempo 4,000 meters, showers of rain, broke 1,000 CB. Okay, well, I have a feeling we're rather not gonna fly the visual with that, unless we can actually see something. Well, we'll see about that in a few moments. We'll just take the plane there first, and then we just gotta see what we're gonna do with it. And Lockheed, hi, nice to see you in the comments. Have I flown somewhere interesting in real life recently? Well, I've been to Punta Cana once again. And I tend to say that's always interesting. We had a really nice approach in Punta Cana. Alt star. Basically, ATC vectored us directly to the airfield. And there was quite a huge weather cell just to the west of it. They had runway 08 in use, so we basically couldn't go into a downwind anymore. We just had to fly straight in visual. Mark? And that is pretty much what we did there. Visual onto a 4 miles final because of the weather basically being at about the 6 mile final. That was really nice approach. Really, really nice approach, I have to say. Apart from that, anything interesting? Well, yeah, I just came back today from Canada. Had a beautiful flight along the Arctic Circle, and it was just one of those flights, you know. We basically had like 9 hours time difference between home in Germany and our destination, Canada. And then we came back, but it stayed daylight for the entire flight. The sun never completely set. It just went down to the horizon a little bit, but it never went below the horizon, so that was really beautiful. Well, and then the sun just came up again about an hour after it got down to the horizon, and well, we just came out of the, let's call it, night after about an hour of darkness, and then went straight in again in Frankfurt. That was really beautiful as well. And of course, we saw Iceland, we saw Greenland and all those frozen lakes and the entire snowscape in northern Canada. That's so beautiful. The simulator just can't capture that right. It doesn't get that feeling of it. That's just completely beautiful. Okay, so let's go ahead and do a quick setup over here for our destination and the approach. Okay, so Pointe à Pitre, let's see. Of course I didn't mark anything yet. Here we go, that's our standard approach, and we can take a couple of the ground charts as well. That's the airport chart and the parking chart. Okay, so ILS Yankee runway 12, outbound VOR 336 till 12 miles. So we've got the VOR and then 336 November, I do believe that's the 12 mile point. Okay, and then we join the 14 DME arc until radial 306, and that's what we have, 14 DME arc till 306. And then turning final onto 116 heading by 10.6 DME, Fox Fox. We intercept the ILS. So that stuff is looking good. And for the go-around, climb straight at 5 DME, then turn left to Pointe à Pitre VOR, climbing 3,600. And that's what we have in here as well. Okay, so that stuff is looking good. So we definitely take PPR VOR in here, and we'll take the 336 for the outbound, and PPR on the other end side as well, where we're going to go for the 116 for the inbound. Okay, then we do have the locator down there, 385. Gonna put that on the ADF on the number 1 side, and then we'll fly with the setup being ADF VOR, like that. Okay, excellent. Then minimum Cat Charlie 255. So TFFR12, and then onto the performance pages. So speed is looking good. 1014, 255. I'm gonna make it a config 3 approach since we basically got a taxi all the way to the end. We'll run the mathematics in a few moments, but I'm pretty sure this will go. Probably without auto brake as well. Hey, come on, airplane, why are you climbing? And Kevin, was I in Germany when we had the Northern Lights over the weekend? Well, unfortunately not. Would have loved to, but unfortunately not. Oh, Todd, thank you so much for the 100 Norwegian crowns donation. Thank you so much. Thank you for your brilliant contributions to the sim community. You've been a huge source of knowledge in learning the A320. Love from Bergen. Thank you so much. Thank you so much. That's really appreciated. Okay, so just a quick look at the weather once again. Forgot the temperature and the winds. Okay, so it is 31 degrees and the wind is 100 at 11. So 31 and 100 at 11. So that's looking good. For the missed approach, MSA wise, we are looking at 2000 in the missed approach sector. So 2000 feet is going to be the engine out acceleration altitude. Reduction and acceleration is going to be at 1020 as well. And that's basically it. So extra fuel, 300 kilos, 8 minutes. That's what I told you guys on the ground. And that's it. Secondary flight plan is going to become a copy of the active, and that's it. Perfect. Okay, just a quick landing calculations then. TFFR12. But we're going to make that good. Refresh and apply. 31 degrees. Okay, landing weight 2.6 tons. That means we're using basically 400 kilos. So we're looking at 56.2. Tell you what, we'll just calculate 57 then. That leaves us on the safe side. Okay, so config 3, auto thrust on, auto reverse, and we'll just take medium to poor over here because of the possibility for the strong precipitation. As you can see, it brings us down pretty much perfectly. And looking at the chart, runway 12 got to vacate over at Echo then, maybe at Foxtrot depending on how well the braking conditions are actually going to be, and then taxi right up to the terminal. Yeah, correcting for the altitude. In the real Airbus it's a lot easier to maintain altitude, I do have to say that. It is a lot easier. So, this would be about the point where in the real world I would decide whether we can do the visual approach or not. Looking out there, it's quite a couple of clouds, so probably not really. We'll probably have to do the ILS. Apart from that, of course we could just descend below the clouds on IFR and then just fly a visual circuit, but that is where the weather radar would come in really handy, where I could check if there is any precipitation close to the field or not. Unfortunately, don't have a weather radar here, so we'll just go for the standard ILS approach, and that's gonna be it. Okay, Victor is asking, why are you flying manually? Well, because I do love to do so. I tell you honestly, a flight like this, if I would do a flight like this in the real world, I would absolutely fly the thing manually. And Yannick, have I ever flown a passenger flight without autopilot? Yes, I actually have. Was a flight from Cologne to Stansted. They planned us at flight level 240. You know, when you're climbing above level 240, then you are legally required to use the autopilot. But below level 240, or at or below 240, you can fly without autopilot. And that is exactly what I did. I also did a ferry flight from Cologne to Frankfurt completely manual. Basically, I am using those chances when I get them. Unfortunately, we don't get them too often, which is a little bit of a pity. Okay, so, then, Pechman has asked, I wanted to learn some phraseology to join VATSIM. Do you have any tips? I actually have a complete tutorial series, which I have in a playlist that you can see on my channel. Can really recommend you to have a look at that. And Smooth Flying is asking, hi, hope you are well. I am, thank you. Are you using Active Sky? Yes, I am. What you see outside is completely Active Sky. Okay, tell me guys, I'm looking outside to the front. I do have a feeling that this over here could be the airport. But with those clouds on the arrival here, nah, don't really feel like going visual, huh? I tell you what, passenger signs coming on. We'll also go for terrain, since we don't have a proper working weather radar over here. And Davo, when do we engage the autopilot on the A330? Basically, when we want. The only requirement we have is that we have to put it on before we enter RVSM airspace, which is the legal requirement, but we are allowed to hand fly as much as we want, so basically, that's what we do. That is really what we do, most of the time. Okay, so that is actually quite some okay weather. I think the airport is somewhere down there. I tell you what, we're going to start the descent now. Then we'll see if we may or may not be able to fly the visual straight in. So, thrust idle open descent, alt flat level 100 blue. And I'll tell you what, speed brakes going up. Well, we can actually use full speed brake here, since we don't have the autopilot in. That's a bit of an A320 thingy there. Okay, and then let's go ahead with the approach briefing, please. Okay, MSA-wise, we're looking at 3,000 for about the highest. We don't have a star, we are coming in for either the standard approach out of Pointe-à-Pitre VOR, or maybe the visual approach if the conditions in the end do permit it. We'll just see about it. Let's get down here right now and see what we can do. Type of the approach, either an ILS or a visual, minimums 255 if we do go for the ILS. And the go-around trajectory is straight at 5 miles, left turn back to the VOR, climbing 3,500. Extra fuel is about 8 minutes. Okay, guidance is either going to be, well, I'll tell you what, guidance is going to be a raw data approach in either case. Well, landing flaps config 3, stop margin is about some 300 meters if we really take the worst possible conditions into account here. Reversers will be used, auto brakes off, and planned runway exit is the second to the left. No hotspots for taxiing, I have nothing special, nothing non-standard. Any threats for the arrival? No? Awesome. Okay, and that's our briefing complete. And I tell you what, this is such a nice weather over here. Right down 3,000, we'll do the visual approach. Okay, set QNH. QNH 1014 cross-check, passing 10,400. Now, check. Okay, we're visual with all the terrain. Fly directors off. Let's turn downwind. And auto thrust off as well. We're going to back it up using the landing system, of course. So, onto a nice right-hand downwind. And this is really what I love the Caribbean for. You can do those visuals without any problems. Nobody cares if you're flying over any cities or anything. You just do your visual. You want to do it, you do it. Okay, so that's our landing runway down there. Field is inside, will remain inside. Activate the approach phase. And extend the center line. From the Fox, that's fine. Radial in, insert. Okay, approach checklist, please. Baroref, QNH 1014, seatbelts on, minimum. Well, it's gonna be visual, so we can clear that out. No minimums. Auto brake off, engine start selector, norm approach checklist complete. Okay, so landing runway is down there. Let's make sure that we do get our proper base over here. Flaps 1. Speed checked, flaps 1. Okay, there's our runway down there. Okay, turning base, gear down, set go around altitude, 3600 is set. Okay, spoilers coming up and armed, and the lights coming on as well. Flaps 2. Speed checked, flaps 2.
2,500.
Checked. So that's our runway. Just look at those beautiful reefs out there. Really one of those points that I really love the Caribbean for. Okay, small base lag over here, not too much. Glide slope is alive, flaps 3. There's the runway. Look at these beautiful waters down here. They really did an awesome job with the World Update Caribbean, didn't they? Okay, quick call to the cabin, see how they are doing. Of course, we are still waiting for the cabin. Okay, a landing checklist. Well, to go still. Waiting for the cabin. But we are fully configured already, so we are meeting the stable. Here we go, perfect. Landing checklist, econ memo, landing no blue, landing checklist complete. Hi, Emmanuel here. Merci. Look at these wonderful flight dynamics. Phoenix have really done an awesome job improving the airplane over the time. They've really done an awesome job with that. The flaps 3 landing is beautiful now. It's really beautiful. Dreamboy Cat in the comments says auto brake. No, we don't intend to use it. We want to keep our brakes cool. We left it off intentionally. Checked. All right, now comes the challenge.
50, 40, 30, 20, retard.
Okay, spoilers, reverse green, decel. So I kept the auto brakes off so that our brake temperature just doesn't rise, because with these conditions over here, otherwise we would be forced to use the brake fan, and that would just significantly increase our brake wear. And since we basically want to avoid that at all cost, for that reason now I'm applying manual brakes. Before that I just didn't use any braking at all. And as you can see, the plane lands beautifully like that. Indeed, I tend to say that the vast majority of landings we do on the A330 is actually without auto brake, because we don't have brake fans fitted to the plane. And whenever we are flying to those hot holiday destinations, well, if you want to make a 90-minute turnaround, which is the turnaround time that we plan with, then you really don't want to heat those brakes up too much. And, well, it works beautifully without the auto brake, as you can see. Okay, temperature's above 30, that means we gotta leave the flaps out in the 1 position. And I'm definitely gonna keep both packs operating. In these conditions, saving fuel by just using a single pack would not be the appropriate thing to do. Passenger comfort really has the priority over here. And Paul Ventar, is it normal to have the terrain display on during the landing phase? Well, no. It's up to pilot judgment which display you want to use, but since we have a couple of hills around and since we flew a visual approach, I figured that it would be the best thing to do to select the terrain display over using the weather radar. Especially since the weather radar is simply inoperative in MSFS, so, you know, use something useful. And in that case, this was something useful. Okay, so going to the terminal then. Let's see, parking spot is going to be number 7 if I'm not mistaken, so let's go ahead and prepare GSX. So gate 7, and we don't need to follow me, thank you. Handling by Air France is looking good. And that's it. Alright, still 2 minutes after landing, so we can't do single engine taxi, we're just going much too quick over here. Okay, gate number 7 is coming up. There is handling personnel in place there as well. There is a marshaller over there. Lights off. And here we are. Okay, reaching about 3 minutes by the time we go on block. No need to do single engine taxi for the last couple of meters. Back in the day in Ryanair we did that a lot, but... Okay. And here we go. Okay, brake set. APU bleed is on, shutting down. Cabin crew, all doors in park. Three-minute taxi in time. That's quite beautiful, isn't it? And Apollo, yes, these are payware airports over here, and yes, the 737 can do single-engine taxi. Okay. So, the doors are disarmed. Perfect. Okay, parking checklist, please. Park and brake our chocks. We've got the chocks in position, so the brake is going off. Engines off. Wing light off. Fuel pumps off. Parking checklist complete. Alright, so they do have an air conditioning unit down here. That means we can probably use it. So you guys can commence the deboarding. Ground services, preconditioned air, and APU bleed is going off, and with that we can turn the APU off as well. Okay, perfect. So that is our first sector done. Let's go on to the next one then, on towards Saint-Martin. St. Martin, whatever you want to call it. The lovely place that every flight simmer just loves to fly into. Okay, so AOC menu, received messages. What do we have there? Ops, doesn't need a delay code, perfect, and arrival message at 40. So let's just see. I do believe 40 was exactly the plan. Yes, it was. Perfect. Okay, we made it. So that's our first sector done. Then let's change over to the captain's seat, and we're going to fly as captain over to the next airport then. Okay, in the meantime though, let's quickly head over to SimBrief, and we are going to start our next flight planning. And where is it? Marc-André asking in the comments, how do you deactivate the numbers over the marshaller? There is a setting for that somewhere in the GSX settings. I can't tell you 100% right now where exactly that setting is. My apologies for that. Okay, so for the next flight then, you can see over here, flight radar is what I used in order to prepare that, and where I also got my gates and all that kind of stuff. Now, the next sector we got up here, Pointe-à-Pitre towards St. Martin. Air France 608. That's the call sign we are going to use for this one. So, AFR 608, and we're going from TFFR towards TNCM. We're flying the A320. And for our alternate, no, we are definitely not going to fly all the way to San Juan. We are simply going to come back to where we came from, TFFR. Here we go. Off-block time, I tend to say 05 is going to be more than sufficient. And then our registration is the, let's see that, Foxtrot Golf Kilo X-Ray Sierra. Don't have a FIN number on this one, cost index 20. And then going down passengers, let's say we have 131 passengers over here. Runway is good. Let's see for the scheduled flight time. So that's 50 minutes as we can see in the real world. So let's go ahead, schedule block time 0 and 50. And how high did they fly? That's always something I do like to check as well. They went to 24,000. Wow. Okay. That's much higher than I expected. Let's see what SimBrief actually comes up with by default. Just going to hit generate flight over here and see what kind of number we are going to get. And Captain Mithihan, am I flying on VATSIM today? No, I'm not. I want to use AI traffic over here from FS traffic from Just Flight, and therefore I'm not using VATSIM. Okay, it actually plans 24,000 here as well. It's just a lot of cargo that we have. Well, let's reduce that by 2,000 kilos. So we're looking at a zero fuel weight of 57,447 then. So let's go to added flight once more, and then we go down to the zero fuel weight 55,447. Okay, let's generate that flight one more time, and then we should hopefully get the correct weights. Yep, cargo amount is looking good now. And everything is looking good. 34 minutes flight time. Perfect. We are going to take that. Jonathan asking in the comments, have I ever flown through Curaçao FIR in real life? Your mom is a controller over there. Nice. Unfortunately not though. Unfortunately I haven't flown there, but who knows, maybe next winter. In the winter we have so many Caribbean charters. Just because it's not in our destinations right now, I would absolutely not be surprised if I do get to fly that nonetheless at some point. I really wouldn't be surprised about that. Okay, so that's our next flight. Let's quickly have a look into the weather over there. And St. Martin is showing perfect weather conditions. Absolutely lovely. Okay, well, in that case we don't really need to take any extra. So what do we have there? 4.3 plus the taxi, 4.5 tons of fuel should be more than good to go. In the meantime, we'll just bring that one up as well. Okay, so, mass and balance, let's say 4,500. Deboarding is still in progress. We'll wait until deboarding is finished before we start loading up the airplane. Should still work out rather fine with those times. Okay then, well, let's see if we broke anything on our airplane. Let's just go out for the walk around. And while we do that, a couple of questions that I see down in the chat. So, from F Apollo, will there be a 777 tutorial? Yes, absolutely. And I really can't wait to show you that. The moment they clear us to show you guys the 777, you can be sure there will be a couple of nice preview videos coming in the beginning, but then there will definitely be a tutorial before the release. So you guys will be able to prepare nicely for the 777 by the time that it comes out. Now, Darth Duck is asking, what about the Phoenix A320 SimBrief profile? Yeah, you're right, I should probably have selected that, but then again, tell you honestly, it doesn't make that much of a difference. Couple of kilos between the load sheet and between what's actually on board. And if we're completely honest, you know, the load sheet is generated using standardized weight for all the passengers, using standardized luggage weights, even though some airlines are actually weighting them all by now, but many airlines are still just using standardized luggage weights. And honestly, the load sheet is never entirely accurate, and that's the only difference you get there. The Phoenix profiles do not alter the fuel usage or the climb performance of the plane. That all remains standard SimBrief anyway, so it really doesn't make all that much of a difference. Okay, so the plane is basically looking good. Doesn't look like there's any sign of damage or anything the likes. It is always nice to see those flaps extended though, isn't it? Metaleye asking, just one thing, for what is the humid or Gasper button on the 777? Well, that's... I don't actually think it has a humidifier system. That's a 7.8 system, if I'm not mistaken. But the Gasper fan is basically something similar to a recirculation fan. That's the easy way to put it. And the humidifier system, as mentioned, I do believe that's a 787 system only, not a 777 system. I might be mistaken though. If I am, then be sure to put that in the comments below. And, well, that's basically bringing up the humidity in the cabin from the standard about 5% humidity to about 15%. And that really does make a huge difference. It really does. Oh, hello there. Is that a jetway? Nice. Or not. As you want to see it. Okay, so deboarding is pretty much completed. Then I'd say, come on, bring that last passenger out. The last one's probably just taking a little bit longer. And honestly, that happens in the real world all the time as well. Because the last passenger in is usually a wheelchair passenger. So they need to get the wheelchair services and they need to get them out. And that usually takes a little bit longer. I guess that is the reason why the last one does take a bit longer over here. I tell you what, we'll just go ahead and request boarding, GSX, and well, get that done. We'll leave it to the ground guys to actually get all that stuff going. Okay, so quick flight deck setup then. Seatbelts do remain off for now, and the fuel pumps do as well. Everything looking good over here. QNH is good. Now, someone asked in the comments below why the flaps are extended at the gate. That's basically when the temperature is 31 or is 30 degrees or higher, then Airbus does not want you to retract the flaps completely. They want you to keep the flaps out at the 1 position. The reason for that is that the flaps would otherwise be flush with the wings, and that would easily cause overheating in the wings. And since we don't want that, we do leave the flaps out. Okay, so let's go ahead and request the latest flight data. Should be our France 608 TFFR to TNCM. Here we go. Okay, so request that flight in it, please. So question in the comments there from Standal. Hey Manuel, while flying a SID where there is a speed restriction on a waypoint, for example maximum 230 knots indicated airspeed in front of you, and you get a clearance from ATC to climb now to flight level 150, not to climb via SID, should I obey the speed restriction? There's different procedures in place depending on the country where you are flying. So chances are that in the country where you are, it may either be allowed or it may either not be allowed to exceed that 230 knot restriction. What I would do is to ask them if there is any speed restriction. And, well, then you are going to know for sure. And that's probably the safest thing to do there, because, well, there is just so many different possibilities of what might be going on. So, that last passenger is still on board. Well, boarding has been requested. We'll see what's going to happen. But this honestly feels pretty much like the real life right now. They always take so incredibly long to unload the wheelchairs. It's just incredible. Okay, so ANAF approach runway 10. We're coming in via Elopo and the Uluba 1 arrival. Do you believe we should have an Elopo transition for the ANAF? Yes, we do. Awesome, so we're going to take this. Then, PTP X1, I do believe that is our emergency point today. So, TFFR 12/ initial bearing 116. And we can just go 25 miles ahead. Well, actually, can we? Is there no terrain over here? I do believe I saw something. Well, departure chart, departure runway 12. Nope, no problem going ahead. No rising terrain over here. Okay, well, in that case, let's go ahead and continue with our emergency procedure. So we got PTPX1. Hold over there, 116 inbound, right hand turns, climbing 3000, MSA over there is 2000, and in case we need to return, we're going to do so on an ILS approach. So ILS Zulu runway 12 can come into here. Okay, so then we continue on the fix info, TFFR12, draw the extended center line over here with a 116 track. And our emergency point, PTPX1. Yannick asked a little bit earlier, my dad lately asked me a question I really couldn't answer. How are the guys creating the load sheet measuring the center of gravity? Basically they don't measure the center of gravity, but what they do instead is to calculate it based on the distribution of the passengers. Let me try and show you that. Do we have a preliminary load sheet yet? Yes, we do. Okay, so, Yannick, you can see on page 2 of the load sheet here, you got the total number of passengers, 131 planned for this one. But then over here, you've got the distribution of the passengers in the different sections of the airplane. So you got section A, section B, and section C. And that's basically the front, the middle, and the aft part of the cabin. Like that, A, B, C, something like that. By the way, I do have a feeling that this is not really working. Let's go ahead and reset. We'll try to import that once more, because otherwise I have a feeling we are just not going to get anywhere. Load aircraft. Why did it reset the fuel in the tanks? Look at that, it just fueled it a little bit. Well. Okay, load GSX, here we go. Now at least we should be going somewhere. So back to your theory. You can see you've got the distribution of the passengers in the cabin. So that is already going to give you the distribution of the weight. And then, of course, you know how much baggage is going to be in the forward hold, how much is going to be in the aft cargo hold, and you know the fuel quantity. The fuel quantity is important because we've got swept wings on the plane. So you can imagine when the wings are completely full, you've got a little bit more weight that's located somewhere to the aft part over here. And that obviously influences the center of gravity as well. So why is there a difference then between the center of gravity from the preliminary load sheet and the final one? Well, that's because, you know, passengers might be missing, or the distribution of the luggage in the holds might be a little bit different, all that good stuff. Mostly it's distribution of the luggage in the hold, because the preliminary load sheet is often created using standard values, so 13 kilos per bag, and on the final load sheet they might be using the actual measured values of the bags, and that might obviously create quite a bit of a difference there. Those two are basically what I would put it on, why there's a difference between the two load sheets.
Ladies and gentlemen, this is
Have to say that in my own airline it works a little bit different though. We don't get a preliminary load sheet at all. We do get a preliminary weight info, where they basically tell us 0 fuel weight, takeoff weight, and the expected takeoff center of gravity. And those are usually very accurate. So
however, for your own safety, we advise you
that way around, you know, things are a little bit easier in the operation that we do in the real world than what we've got in the Phoenix here. Obviously there will be airlines that are going to use stuff like that, so it's not, you know, entirely unrealistic or something. It's just a different way of doing things. In my opinion, a less accurate way, but, you know, all that stuff becomes kind of irrelevant anyway when every passenger is assumed with, what's that, 74 or 76 kilos or something, depending on the airline. So, you know, the moment you start to assume the average Asian passenger weighs the same as the average American passenger, you know, at that moment your load sheet becomes inaccurate anyway. And that's of course not an offense against our American fellows, but it's just a matter of fact that on average Asians weight less than Americans, because they're smaller, because they don't have as good restaurants. And Davis Abbott asking, am I Amy on the PMDG forums? Because that guy's replied to a few of my posts and it's been much appreciated. Yes, I am. Thank you. Nice to hear that. And Yannick, it's not racism if it's backed up with statistics and, you know, the way I presented it. Okay, so let's see our takeoff numbers. We'll keep a dry surface. Surely can't see any showers in the area, even though they are in the METAR. Okay, packs off, yes. Synchronized preliminary load sheet. We'll just make that 60 tons of takeoff weight here, then we should be safe. Synchronize the live weather. They do still have the showers of rain in. I'll tell you what, let's go for a wet runway. Just because of it. With intersection data? No? Okay. So, flaps 1 down 0.2, 55. So 155. We'll leave the trim out until we have the final load sheet. That's company procedure in my airline. So 125, 135, 135. And acceleration in 1,000 feet. Okay, engine out, 1500 is looking good. Let's see, is there any reason to climb faster? Not really, yeah? Well, maybe if we outclimb the island quickly enough, we might get an early left turn towards Bimbo. That might save us a little bit. So 2.1 is the MSA. I tell you what, let's say clean speed 205. We're going to go ahead and insert that in the pre-select so that we can get clear of the terrain as quickly as possible, and then just going to fly direct to Bimbo as soon as possible. Matthias Jacobson asking where I got the Air France boarding music. That's from the Phoenix cabin announcement Discord. I just downloaded the Air France package from there. And Gideon, any chance we can get a video on how to implement noise abatement procedures on the Airbus? I think I did something like that in the past, but I'm gonna check after the video, and if I didn't, then I am going to give you, then I'm going to create it. Okay, refueling is complete. So, pumps on, signs on, excellent. Okay then, so let's just go ahead and check that the FMS flight plan is correct.
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. My name is Commander Chief Corsair. Captain Mr. Pushback and the entire crew. I'm very pleased to report we'll be attending to your safety and comfort all through your flight.
And let's see what the initial climb is. Bimbo 1 Foxtrot, 5,000. Okay. Excellent. So then, for the sit straight at 800, then head low as an overfly point. We got 800 and then head low as an overfly point. Then it's going to be left and turn towards no pull and then on towards Bimbo. And that's it. Okay, excellent.
This is a non-smoking flight. For safety reasons, it is absolutely forbidden to smoke in the lavatory. We remind you that anyone smoking in the lavatory and tampering with
Okay, so let's go for the briefing, if you guys are ready.
seatbelt sign has been turned off. However, for your own safety,
Why are they doing a...
seatbelt fastened while seated.
Did you listen to that announcement?
Air France Magazine, vous trouverez des renseignements
They just did an announcement that the seatbelt signs have been turned off. But, no? That's interesting.
In your Air France magazine, you will find some useful tips about your flight.
So, passengers are almost boarded. What's going on with the luggage though? Still no luggage on board. Standing there. Okay, they just started loading it. That's good. Okay, well, then we just go ahead with the our briefing, please. So, takeoff runway 12, Bimbo 1 Foxtrot departure, climb at 5,000, MSA 2,000 in the departure sector, and the extra fuel and time is exactly 0. Okay, no hotspots for the planned taxi. Stop margin for the rejected takeoff is in excess of 1,000 meters. Engine outset straight at PTP X1, climbing 3,000 and pick up the hold. Immediate return is going to be on an ILS approach. Our takeoff weight is below the max landing weight, so we don't need to worry about an overweight landing. In terms of special operation, I have limited the speed after takeoff towards the clean speed over here, 205, so that we can gain altitude quickly in order to get our direct routing, and that's pretty much it. I have nothing non-standard over here. Do you see any threats for the departure? No? Excellent. So that's our briefing completed. Then let's go for the cockpit preparation checklist, please. Gear pins and covers removed. Fuel quantity 4,420 kilos balanced. Seatbelts on, ADIRS, nav, baroref, QNH 1014. Cockpit preparation checklist complete. And we do have a company message. Load sheet. Another preliminary. Okay. So let's see. Air France 608, Pointe-à-Pitre, St. Martin on the X-Ray Sierra. That's what we are flying. 2 passengers and 4 crew and 4 cabin crew. 0 fuel weight, takeoff, fuel, that's all looking good. Passenger numbers are looking good as well. Fuel in tanks 4416. Looks quite good. We'll accept that. Okay. So, our passengers are all on board, just waiting for the luggage. Let's go ahead and do our announcement. Bonjour, mesdames et messieurs, je m'appelle Emmanuel et je suis your capitaine. Now, welcome aboard this Air France Airbus A320 on our flight to St. Martin. We are just loading the last pieces of luggage, and as soon as we are ready, we're going to start our pushback and our engines, and we will depart for about half an hour flight time towards our destination. The weather is good along the route, and we plan to cruise at an altitude of 24,000 feet. Now, since this is going to be a short flight, we do ask that you pay your full attention to the cabin crew, who are going to conduct the safety demonstration very soon. That is not just for your own safety, but also for the safety of the passengers sitting around you. Again, welcome aboard, and we look forward to carrying you to St. Martin. Okay, so they are done. The baggage loading is still in progress. Let's see how far they are now. Okay, one more. And then we are done. Okay. Starting the APU. And then we should be good to go in a few moments. And Nathan Ross asking in the comments, with all these great educational content you are doing, have you ever considered becoming a flight instructor, or maybe you already were at some point? I have considered it, but to be honest, becoming a flight instructor would mean that I would get to do a lot less flying. Because in my company, instructors are usually maybe doing one flight a month, and then the rest of the time they're just sitting in the simulator. And that is really something that I'm not too keen of doing. What I can very well imagine though is to become a line training captain at some point, so that I can train the new first officers when they come on the line. But that's probably a couple years in the future, so I am, you know, not really too worried about that at this point. And Antagol asking, shouldn't the APU be kept running due to temperature? We've been using the ground air conditioning unit, so temperatures are nice and cool in the cabin. Okay, APU avail, let's start the timer. 3 minutes is going to give us the optimum cooling there. But if they're ready on the ground before that, then obviously we're just going to go. Looked like they're almost done, so shouldn't take us too long until we can start our push. And Daft Duck, cleanest English for an Air France pilot ever. Well... And Husian asked a bit earlier, hi Amy, do you have any suggestions on preparing for the DLR test? I just graduated from medical school, but got a bit rusty in math and physics. Well, there is so much training software out there. Are they still sending out the CBTs these days? The computer-based training programs? Because if they are, then I would probably just recommend to start with those. And Af Apollo, have I ever flown into Prague Airport? Yes, indeed, my very first flight on an airliner was from Edinburgh to Prague. That was my very first flight on the 737. And Visvakaram, I hope I pronounced that correctly, if not my apologies. Are pilots allowed to use the lavatory during flight? Yes, absolutely. And Yannick, does my airline do flight training in the A330, like flying patterns for the first landings? No, you don't fly patterns for your first landings, you do that all on the simulator. In order to apply on the A330 in my airline, you need at least 1,000 flight hours. That means you already have flight experience. And if you do have those 1,000 hours, then you are allowed to do the complete type rating, including your landing training in the simulator. And the first flight you do in the actual plane is going to be with passengers on board. Okay, let's see. You probably need that park and brake set in order to get GSX to prepare. Yeah, that's the external power gun. Quick look into the bleed page. That looks like the ground bleed air is gone. Perfect, so APU bleed can come on. Okay, let's see if we do have a final load sheet by now. Yes, load sheet. Compliance with edition number 1. It's interesting, we could receive 2 load sheets here. That's edition number 1, and the other one is also edition number 1. Why did they send that twice? Well, we'll be careful. Maybe that's indicative there might be a possible mistake in the load sheet. So let's just see. 55.8, so we are a little bit heavier than planned. And the center of gravity is 29.9. Okay, takeoff weight 60.1. And we've got 60.0. 131 plus 6 infants. Oh my god, poor cabin crew. But okay, the numbers are correct, we'll accept that. I've got 29.6 CG, so that's pretty much down trim 0.4. Okay, so 60 tons takeoff weight. I do believe that is what we calculated with initially anyway. Yeah, 60 tons, so that's good to go. Alright, perfect. So trim down 0.4, we'll enter that over here. And that's it, the rest of the numbers is usable then. Okay. So we should be pretty much good to go. Transponder is on. Parking brake is set. The ground equipment should be removed. No, not you, but you. Okay, well, in that case, the lifting is up just now. Ground from cockpit. Go ahead. So, please confirm ground checks complete, bypass pin is installed, and the airplane is prepared for pushback. Yes, sir, that's all complete. Roger, we are going for clearance now. Before start checklist, please. Park and brake. Set. Takeoff speeds and thrust. V1 125, VR 135, V2 135, flex 55. Windows. Closed. Bacon. Tasty. Before start checklist complete. Okay, ground from cockpit. Go ahead. So, pushback is approved, and we are departing runway 12, park and brake set. Roger, release park and brake, please. Park and brake released. Roger, start the push, stand by on the engines. Standing by. Oh, can we stow that seat or that table somehow? Here we go, that's better. Okay. Excellent, so we are going for leg number 2, over to St. Martin. That's the one I've really been looking forward to the most on today's live stream. Okay, we are beyond the line. Okay, cockpit, you're clear to start your engines. Roger, starting in sequence 2, then 1. Engine 2 start. And a quick look at the brake temperature, by the way. 100 degrees, that's fine. But that's the reason we kept the auto brake off. Otherwise it would be a lot... Otherwise it would really be a lot warmer. And British transport enthusiast asking, will I fly the Latin VFR A340? I'll think about it. I'll think about it. And Jonathan Beaumont, my first flight ever was an MD-80 into St. Martin. Fun times. I can really imagine that. Okay, push complete, set park and brake. Park and brake set. You are clear to lower the aircraft, remove equipment and advisement clear. And we've got a good start on engine number 2, starting engine number 1. So, engine 1 start. And Maxi Moose in the comments, all of the Latin VFR planes feel pretty much the same. They're all reskinned A320s. Well, that may be true. Honestly, I didn't really try any of them in the default form, but I did try them with the Horizon Sim mod, and those actually are pretty good. I mean, they are basically the fly-by-wire A320, but Horizon Sim added all the custom flight dynamics and stuff, so I would say, you know, you need to invest a little bit of money to get the base Latin VFR planes, but with the Horizon Sim mods, they're actually quite good. Alright, ground, we got 2 good starts, clear to disconnect. Show me the signal on the right hand side, please, with the pin. Have a wonderful day. Flaps are out in the 1 position already. Okay, the pin is seen. After start checklist, please. Anti-ice, off, ECAM status, checked, pitch trim. 30%, rudder trim, neutral, after start checklist complete. Okay, let's go for taxi, please. The guy is gone. Clear right side. Clear left side. Park and brake off. Brake check. Pressure 0. So taxi is fairly straightforward. Onto Foxtrot, backtrack. And that's it. Let's already turn on the TCAS so that we can have a quick look into if there is anybody on approach. Let's see, TCAS is on above. And there is nobody coming. Perfect. So then we can enter the runway for the backtrack. Safety demo is still ongoing, so no need to make it fast, but we do still have a couple of meters to taxi anyway. The weather has become really nice here, hasn't it? On the approach, things still did look a little bit worse than that. I have to say that's pretty good looking now. The windsock is right down the runway where it should be. Excellent. So, clear to backtrack, strobes are coming on. That Caribbean feeling is really nice with all those bushes and palms, and it's just Caribbean nature that you got here. And it really shows along pretty much all those airports. If you look at the thumbnail picture of this live stream, that's actually landing in Punta Cana. It just looks beautiful. It looks really beautiful. Bonjour, Emmanuel here. Merci. Okay, flight control track. Full up, full down, neutral. Full left, full right, neutral. And the rudder, full right, full left, neutral. What is this? Is that... Are they serious? Is that a stair that's on the runway? Like for real? Hello there. Where did that come from? I guess I don't want to know. Well, the simulator's always up for some surprises, isn't it? Okay then, well, no changes to takeoff briefing. Taxi checklist please. Flight controls, checked. Flap setting, conf 1+F. Radar and predictive wind shear, on and auto. Engine start cell, norm, ECAM memo, takeoff no blue. Taxi checklist complete. Okay, cabin crew, prepare for departure. Suppose I don't want to know about that, suppose I don't want to know about those stairs. Okay, lineup checklist. Takeoff runway. 1-2, full length. TCAS, Tara, PAX 1 and 2, off. Lineup checklist complete. Come on, plane, don't stop. A little bit of thrust. Okay, you ready? I'll make it a rolling takeoff. We'll just ignore those stairs there, huh? Manflex 55, SRS runway, A thrust blue, speed select 205 blue. Thrust set. .100 knots. And there come the stairs again. Oh boy. V1. Rotate. Positive climb. Gear up. Nav checked. Always a new surprise in this simulator. Always a new surprise. Thrust line climb A thrust. First pack is on. Flap 0. Speed check, flap 0. Okay, climbing at a nice rate over here if we just keep that speed. Let's take a little direct. Direct to Bimbo. Okay, climbing flight level 240. That's 24,000 blue. Look at those beaches. Look at those beaches. Really beautiful, aren't they? Can't wait to fly over those reefs over here as well. It's just flying the Caribbean. That is really, in my opinion, the most beautiful area in the world to fly. Africa can be really interesting as well, but nothing beats the Caribbean there. Especially because they just don't care about noise, you know? You go 2,500 feet above the beach in level flight, no problem, nobody cares. Well, at least nobody who's got a say in anything. Okay, manage speed. Then speed going up towards 250. About 10 degrees pitch should be perfectly fine. Here we go. So look at this down here. That's just incredible, isn't it? Just a wonderful scenery down there, isn't it? I can't wait for the flight back from St. Martin. Probably gonna be visual approach right over here, right over the reefs, onto the short final. Okay then, set standard. Standard cross-check passing 113 now. Okay, let's go direct Elopo. That's just Caribbean aviation. This is how it works, my friends. Actually, we could even go one further. I'd probably send you anywhere, Umana or something the likes. Yeah, that looks about right. Gonna be a pretty short cruise, but if the company has calculated that, it will probably be worth it. Okay. We'll release the passengers for a short while over here. Then clear and copy. And here we go. Okay, nice. So let's just go ahead and grab the latest St. Martin weather then, see what they are about. So, weather requests, and we look for TNCM. Weather data. So 0707, slightly variable, 10 kilometers, few 1800, 32 degrees, 1017. Here we go. That's all in. Okay then, for the rest of it, we'll just wait until we are in cruise flight before we start any setups. And that's it. Okay, so we made it. So a couple questions from the comments then. Maxi Moose asking, have I ever flown into the Maldives? Unfortunately not yet. I'm really trying to kick my airline hard to give me a flight there, but we only do it in winter, we don't fly there in summer, so well. Osman Selim Yilmaz, are we using Active Sky? Yes, we are. Now, Dreamboy Cat, is this default scenery? Kinda. It is the World Update Caribbean for anything en route, and for the airports themselves we are using payware scenery. So St. Martin that we're flying in right now is from Airworthy Designs, and I just think it looks a little bit better than the standard scenery. And Quoten Wagneriana, hi, nice to see you in the comments. Yes, they really call it fix in the Caribbean, bimbo. And Kritik Varma, only rich guys can become pilots, but not so rich people, basically poor guys. Well, no. Obviously you need to finance it somehow, but there are airline schemes that are financing pilot training, and there are a couple of banks who gives out loans as well, so it is definitely possible. I mean, I'm not of a rich family either. Of course, the training isn't exactly cheap, but there are possibilities to become a pilot without... There are definitely possibilities to become a pilot without having too much money available. Speed, vertical speed. Approaching. Okay, that traffic is more than high enough, we don't need to worry about him. And let's select 1000 feet a minute as we're about to reach cruising altitude again. That's 1000 to go. And Quoten Wagneriana, are there airlines that offer to pay for the training if you stay with them for a set amount of years? Yes. For example, Lufthansa is offering that again, and EasyJet also had the Amelia Earhart program for a while. I'm not sure if they still have it right now, but they did prior to the pandemic, where basically all ladies could apply to become a pilot with them, and if they passed the selections, they would be hired, and EasyJet paid the entire training for them. So there are still opportunities like that out there. Also, I do believe Emirates currently has a pilot training scheme. It's been a little while till I looked into that. All-Star, by the way. It's been a little while until I looked into that, but I do believe Emirates had something the likes. Though I'm not 100% sure if that was a paid scheme or not. Mach? Alt cruise. Okay, here we are. We made it up once again. Enter destination data. Yes, we're about to do that. So, starting with St. Martin. The weather should be good, so I am planning to fly a visual approach once again, if the weather permits. Don't need any arrival, nonetheless we are going to set up the RNAV approach just in case we need it. Or in case there is traffic and we can't do a visual, then obviously we might just fly the standard RNAV approach. Okay, plane is nice and stable again. Here we go. So let's see, for the arrival itself. We are arriving from Umana above 2600 onto Avaki. And that is above 2600 as well. Then we're going on towards Lizor, that's at 1700, 3-degree glide down to Mapen. And that's what we have in here. And after Mapen we got the missed approach, which is climbing right into 4000 direct on-bed and hold, or as directed by ATC, and we do have that. Perfect. So we don't need anything in the RadNav page. TNC M10 is in here. For the arrival then, descent speed is looking good. QNH was 1017. Let's go ahead and see about the rest of the weather real quick again. We really need a printer in here. Things would be so much easier if we could just print the weather out, put it down here. We really need that. I do hope Phoenix can eventually do that at some point. So 070 at 7, 32 degrees centigrade. Man, that is just beautiful. Come on, airplane. Sometimes I don't get it. It was in more or less a perfect straight and level flight. I'm not touching the stick at all, and all of a sudden it's flying me somewhere. That is not what an Airbus should do. Okay, and update that direct for me, please. Inbound Humana. Here we go. Okay, so we do have the weather, we do have all that good stuff. Then let's see for the go-around. MSA 4.1, go-around altitude 4000, so we'll take engine out acceleration at 4000. Like that. And the minimum on this one is 700 feet. Okay, fuel prediction 500 kilos, 14 minutes. Copy the active, that's looking good. Alright, 3 tons on landing, so we are burning 300 kilos. And that gives us, let's see, a landing weight of, let's say 59 tons, then that's the easy way of doing these things. Apply the MEDA automatically, 50... Did I say 59, I believe? Let's just check that. Yeah, 59 is looking good. So, low auto brake, idle reverse, manual thrust, flaps full, perfect. So, low auto brakes and flaps full, looking good. So a little word here on why I'm using the auto brake on this one, but why I did not use it on the previous sector. Now, basically speaking, whenever we are landing on long runways in hot conditions, we prefer not to use the auto brake and just use the thrust reverser. Even in idle reverse, that can already use up a lot of energy. Now, talking about it, by the way, we definitely want to use maximum reverse here. The reason why it's easier with no auto brake is because, especially when you're fast, your airplane has a lot of energy and the brakes need to absorb all that energy. However, when we are on when we're on approach to a shorter runway, like the St. Martin runway, for example, where we definitely do need to apply those wheel brakes from the beginning on, then obviously it is better to use the auto brake than it is to use manual braking. The reason for that is that manual braking is never going to be exactly equal on both sides. You can see over here how the right brakes got quite a bit warmer than the left brakes, on our previous arrival, and you can see how there's still quite a bit of temperature in there. So, you know, it is just easier and better to simply use the auto brakes then, because the auto brakes can apply braking symmetrically. Right, let's go ahead and start our descent. We'll go down towards 10,000 at first. Descent alt, throttle 100 blue. So the auto brake is going to apply the brakes evenly, and that means that the brakes don't wear down as quickly as they otherwise would. So it's more economical if you need to use brakes to use the auto brake than it is to use manual braking. Basically, every pilot has a heavy foot on one side. You know, on one side you will always apply a little bit more brake pressure, and that can lead to significant differences of a couple hundred degrees of brake temperature if you really need to apply some stronger braking. Okay. Well, then, let's go for the arrival briefing, please. It's your turn, pilot monitoring. Okay, so MSA 4100, we're inbound Umana for the ANAF approach runway 10. If we have the runway in sight early, we go visual, otherwise we fly the ANAF approach 10. The minimum for the ANAF is 700, and the go-around trajectory is a right-hand turn, climbing 4,000 feet to, what's the waypoint called again? No, it's not Bimbo. It's Onbet. Okay, extra fuel, about 15 minutes. Fine, guidance for the approach in case of an ANAF is going to be final approach mode, in case of the visual approach is going to be raw data. Landing flap setting full, stop margin is about 100 and a bit meters. Reversers will be used on maximum, low auto brakes. We'll need to backtrack at the end, and then we can vacate on, I believe Charlie is the best exit over here. Let's just have a quick look. Okay, airport chart. Yeah, Charlie, and then straight to the terminal. Don't have any hotspots for the taxi-in. Nothing special, nothing non-standard. Do you see any threats for the arrival? Only one of them, and that's QNH blunder error. So, since we might be flying an ANAF approach, the entire vertical navigation is going to be based on the altimeter setting, and well, to mitigate against the blunder error, we are going to confirm the QNH with air traffic control by the time that we start the approach, and in order to make that easier on our simulator, we are just going to use the EFB for that. Refresh the weather. QNH 1017. Looking good. Okay, and that's about it. Any questions? No? Perfect. Then, can't really see St. Martin yet, but just like with the earlier one in Pointe-à-Pitre, we also saw the runway rather late, so that is fine. Flops Aviator was just gone for 2 minutes. Does he know the autopilot is off? Well, my friend, it is off on purpose. Because in the Caribbean, you just, you know, air traffic control and stuff isn't that strict, so you don't really have to worry about any of that stuff. And therefore, we just do a lot of hand flying there. We really do. And honestly, it's a little bit of fun to just do a couple of full flights by hand as well, isn't it? Like, you don't always need that autopilot. Those aircraft, they do fly pretty fine on manual flight as well. Okay, anticipating we might get the shortcut, let's just get the seatbelts on already. See about the cabin. If they heard it or not. And Jonathan, you seem to love the Caribbean more than I do, and I'm from there. Yeah. And Ada, is this an Air France real-life flight? Yes, it is. It's Air France 608. I just found it really interesting when Air France started to fly these flights with A320s in the Caribbean. And when you look at Flight Radar and you just look at the tracks of what those aircraft are flying, then you can see how they basically every couple of weeks fly a new A320 over, fly it for a little bit in the Caribbean, and whenever those things need to go into inspections again, they just ferry another A320 over, empty, and you know, that way they just swap those aircraft like they would be swapping them between two airports that are close to one another. But they're not. Those are like 12-hour ferry flights they do. Nabil Dawid, dude, when you live down here, you're gonna start hating that weather. Well, yeah, you know, if I'm completely honest, when we fly to the Caribbean, I don't really like that, I just don't really like the humidity you guys have. It's beautiful when you're in swimming trunks at the beach, but when you're in uniform, trying to work, then you get sweaty rather quickly, let's put it that way. And I don't really like that as well, but from a flying point of view, it's just completely, from a flying point of view, it's just beautiful. And pouring water, no, the A320 can't fly directly from Paris to the Caribbean, but they do it with a stopover. I'm not 100% sure where they do the stops. I believe they're going via the Blue Spruce routes in the North Atlantic, and not directly via, for example, Bermuda or the Azores. Okay then, let's go ahead and do our descent all the way to the platform. So, set QNH. QNH 1017 cross-check passing 11,200. Now. Checked. So just a quick weather update. Still 1017. Basically unchanged. Okay, nice. I do have a feeling we are going to end up on the RNAV approach this time. Looks like there are just too many clouds to make it worth going for a visual. No, not you. So, GPS primary, high accuracy. Cabin crew, prepare for landing. Approach checklist, please. Barrel reference? QNH 1017. Seatbelts on, minimum, barrel 700, auto brake, low, engine start cell, norm, approach checklist complete. Okay, let's go all manual here. We don't need thrust from you, auto thrust. That's a rather early decel point over here, isn't it? Like, we have 24 miles to run. We're at 9,000 right now. That's an interesting VNAV profile. I'm wondering how the airplane is going to try that. Okay, that's our runway. Yeah, with those clouds in the frontier, no sense to go for a visual approach. Might have done one a bit earlier, like going over there and then just flying a traffic pattern here, but that would have been pretty tight. I prefer to fly the RNAV approach like that. Hey. Bonjour, Emmanuel Léon. Merci. Okay. I'll tell you honestly, this profile doesn't make any sense here. Let's bring out that speed brake. This VNAV profile here can absolutely not be right. We'll slow it down, get some flaps out, and then we'll go down. Company message, we'll keep ignoring that for now. Okay, flaps 1. Speed checked, flaps 1. Okay, give me good speed, 200 or something the lights, and then we'll just get it down. So, we have 16 miles remaining, and the VNAV profile is in 6,000 feet. That does not make sense. Okay, manage speed, we'll get it down to the S speed. Oh, interesting, the level of arrows behind us. Oh, that was interesting, to put it that way. Okay, a couple of clouds coming up, temperature is well above where we need anti-ice. Okay then. Spoilers coming in, flaps 2, speed checked. We'll fix the speed somewhere at about 170 or so. This profile definitely doesn't look right. So Avaki is how many miles out? 10 miles, so we should be in 3,000 feet there. Look at what VNAV is doing. 3 miles to run, that means we can lose 1,000, so we will be in 3,000 now. But that's just because of my early descent. This one definitely wants me a bit higher. And the level of arrows behind us again. Well, that is interesting. Okay, we'll put the train display on, since there are quite a couple of hills right after our runway. Okay, speed down 160. So, next up 1700 feet for Lisor. In. Approach mode armed. Approach nav, final blue. I'd rather be using a little bit of thrust now than dive down like a Stuka, which seems to be what the VNAV profile has in mind for us there. Okay, runway is in sight. Okay, the brick is coming in. And that's looking good. Nice little headwind there. Not much to worry about. Final approach. Go around altitude 4,000 sets.
2,500.
Checked. Manage speed. And that's looking good overall. Alright, gear down. Flaps 3. Speed checked. Flap 3. And flaps full. Speed checked. Flaps full. Landing checklist. Ecam memo. Landing no blue. Landing checklist complete. Okay, looking wonderful. And flight director's off, but on. Runway heading 096 is set. And we're all visual. The puppy's looking good. 2 blue. Did I say 2 blue? 2 whites and 2 reds, of course. Wind is slightly variable, but overall beautiful conditions here. Checked. So, stable at the gate.
above.
Checked. Okay, minimum continue. RP is showing 3 wides, pitching down a little bit. Disregarding the LDEF and the VDEF, those are incorrect. Okay, back on the puppy. Let's get back onto that center line, please. Do a little thermal over here. So that's our beach with the people on there.
100. 50. 40. 30. 20. Retard. 5.
And we've got spoilers, reverse green, decel. $70 knots. Manual brakes. I do believe the turn pads are only mandatory for heavy aircraft here, so let's just go ahead and make the 180 right over here. But if you guys know better, then do correct me, please. That's interesting how the thrust just jumped up over there. Okay, and here we are. Welcome to St. Martin, everyone. Temperature is above 30 again, so the flaps are only going to go into the 1 position. And the APU is coming online. Okay, parking spot number Alpha 1. GSX Alpha 1. No follow me needed, thank you. Handling by Menzies is okay. So, not this one, but the next one. Oh, our stairs are back, look at that! They were not there on landing though, I did look for that. They just spawned over there right now. I really have no clue how that happens. Really have no idea. You just all of a sudden got some random stairs spawning on your runway. Because hey, why not? Okay, runway is vacated. After landing checklist, radar and predictive wind shear off. After landing checklist complete. Only using power on the left engine right now because I have a feeling in half a minute we can do single engine taxi, so we might just do the left hand turn over here and then we are going to shut down engine number 2 so that we can save, you know, a kilo or 2 of fuel. Okay, here we go. Electric hydraulic pump on, engine 2 shut down. And we are clear on the right side. Lights off. So, Marshall is inside. Oh, it's fast. Okay, here we go. So, brake on, APU bleed on, and engine 2 shut down. Or engine 1 shut down. Cabin crew, all doors in park. Okay, let's go for the turnaround time, and then... So, engine number 1 is coming down. And we've got 20%, beacon coming off, external power on. Yeah, you can go for deboarding, please. So it looks like they don't have an air conditioning unit over here. And if they don't have an air conditioning unit, then we are definitely going to keep the APU running on the bleeds. Okay, parking checklist. Park and brake are chocks, so whenever they connect the external power in the Phoenix, you know that they also put the chocks in place. So chocks in, brakes off, engines off, wing light off, fuel pumps off, parking checklist complete. Okay, cool. So you may definitely start the deboarding, my friends. Okay then, up to you. We are going to fly back now, and I'm going to keep it up to you whether we are going to do the first flight back from the captain's seat or on the first officer's seat. So I am going to put another poll in the comments below. So up to you again in order to vote for which seat we are going to use. In the meantime, we are going to create the next flight plan. So I am going to show you that once again. Let's go on to Firefox. So this was our flight over. And then for the next flight back to Pointe-à-Pitre, this is the real world flight, Air France 609, that they operated last time. And then we can go over to SimBrief, create a new flight, and here we go, AFR 609 from TNCM to TFFR. It's gonna be an A320, and you guys have been absolutely right last time. We are definitely going to take the Phoenix profile over here. Our registration is Fox Golf Kilo X-Ray Sierra, no FIN number, cost index is going to be 20, and then let's see, scheduled flight time. So 23:50 until 0:40, that's 50 minutes of block time. So 0:50, runway 10, runway 12 seems okay. Passenger number, let's go for 150 this time. And if we do have a look at the time, it's currently 18:01, so let's make that 18:20 of block. 18:20, okay. Let's go ahead and generate that flight and see what we're going to get. So, flight level 170, and the routing looks good. That also pretty much seems to match what the real airplane flew. Just the cargo loading seems a bit high to me. Let's remove 1,000 kilos, so 57,279 is going to be our zero fuel weight. So 57279. Generate that flight. And this is looking good. Alright, perfect. So our flight is generated. Now let's have a look at the pole. And well, 51% for captain, 49% first officer. Okay, in that case, it's been pretty tight, but the captain has won. Well, going left and right at the moment, okay. Now it's 51% first officer, now it's 50-50. It's half-half really, isn't it? Okay, I tell you what, we are going to do it that way. We'll do this one from the captain's seat, and then, hoping that I'll have time for the last one as well, we're going to do the next one from the first officer's seat then. Okay, well, it's just gonna be that way. Okay, so, this one from the captain's seat, and I hope that I'll have the time for the next one as well, but we'll have to see about it. It really depends on how tired I am, because I just arrived back from a long-haul flight today, so I've been awake all night long, so we'll have to see how tired I am going to be in the end. Okay, so, quick look over. Don't think anything really changed at our destination, Pointe-à-Pitre. Yeah, weather is exactly as it used to be, so we'll just keep it like that. Did we select the nonsense alternate this time, though? Yeah, well, that's a little bit far. Okay. We do have some alternates that are much closer, so we do have plenty of fuel with that. So that's 5.2, 5.4 tons of fuel then, and that's it. Okay, so they are still in progress with the deboarding over there. That's fine for me. Well, in the meantime, we can just start with our basic requests here. So, ATSU, and on to the AOC menu, received messages. France Ops, delay for 6 minutes. Yeah, you can give me a phone call for that. Don't have time to do that kind of stuff on such short flights. Okay, so, flight init, request the flight data. And here we go, Air France 609, St. Martin to Pointe-à-Pitre. Okay, weather request, and we want TNCM. Request the META, please, thank you. Received messages, weather data. So, QNH 1016 now. Here we go, on both sides. And then flight init, request. And while that is in progress, well, they are almost done with the deboarding, so let's quickly go ahead and do the pre-flight procedures up there. Seatbelts can remain off for now. The fuel pumps remain off as well, and then all that good stuff down here. We don't really need to do anything. That's easy. Okay. So they should be more or less done down here. Let's see if GSX is this time going to deboard the entire airplane, or if they are going to take a little bit longer this time. And Flops Aviator, fly from the toilet. Well... Oh, hello there. That's gotta be a jetway. I am afraid the toilet is blocked out. Well, nope, can't get in there. That's a pity. Amplify. What subjects in school did I take in higher level and standard level? Well, my higher levels were physics and history, and the standard level English and mathematics for the A levels. Okay, so deboarding is complete this time, and this time it's really complete. Okay, so 5,400. Let's go for that. Apply. And you can use GSX for the boarding, please. Thank you. Okay, so while the boarding is in progress, seatbelt signs are off. That's what we need for the fueling and boarding at the same time. Company message. What did they send us? Probably the preliminary load sheet. Yeah, surprise. Okay, so edition number 1, F1609, on the 14th of May, St. Martin de Pointe-à-Pitre with the X-Ray Sierra, which is what we're sitting in. 2 pilots, 4 cabin crew, and that's a pretty high zero fuel weight there. But okay, 150 passengers, underload by 3.5 tons. Portable water still 100%. Now that is something they could work on. The Just Flight BAE 146 actually has a functional portable water system. That's quite amazing, isn't it? Alright, and then finally, fuel in tank 5.4 looks correct, we'll accept that. Okay, cool. So that stuff is done, let's quickly head out and do the walk around. Not gonna talk you over it for the 100th time, you guys know how the walk around is done already. And all the probes are looking good, no damages. Airplane is, well, that definitely looks interesting here with the jetway. No further comment on that. Welcome to Microsoft Flight Simulator, I suppose. Okay, the engine is good. The lower part of the nacelle is good as well. Wings with the flaps out, but no sign of damages, nothing. By the way, just look at that. You can really see nicely how the slats work over here. You've got the air coming over the slats, and then you've got that little slot below the slats. And that is really where the air comes through and gets accelerated over the wing, and that is how in the end you end up with the improvement in the lift that you get from the slats. You can really see that nicely right here. Also from here, if you look at the shape of the inner part of the slat over there, that looks really good, doesn't it? Okay, so flaps are good, no sign of bird strike. The brakes are still okay, the tires are okay as well, even after 2 of my landings. Okay. So, aft part of the plane is good as well, no evidence of a bird strike or anything the likes. Then we can go back forward to the front, we check the same things on this side. So, the tires are looking good, the brakes are looking good. Or the brake wear indicator pins, I should say. Nice view on the flaps here as well, isn't it? Okay, aft part of the engine is looking good. It would be nice if the engine was a little bit smoky. Like you often see that with the CFM56, when you're standing at the gate, that there is a little bit of smoke coming out from the aft part of the engine. Would be really nice if they modeled something like that. And landing mission, why are the flaps out? That's basically because when you've got a temperature of 30 degrees or more, Airbus wants you to keep the flaps extended in order to provide better cooling in the leading edges of the wing. Alright, so walk around is looking good. Let's go straight back inside and we're going to start preparing our aircraft for the flight again. So, they have still not started anything. What is GSX hanging itself up upon? Come on, show me that please. Request catering service. Oh no, come on. Reset all. We'll just import that stuff again. Alright, that's looking better. Why is boarding complete already? Okay, now it's empty. Interesting. I guess I don't have to understand this, right? I'm just a pilot, I'm a lower man. I don't need to understand all that stuff.
I'm very pleased to welcome you aboard. We'll be attending to your safety and comfort all through your flight. No problem. The phone should now be turned off until we arrive at our parking stand. Please fasten your seatbelt securely. On behalf of your friends together and our society partners, we wish you a pleasant flight.
Madame, monsieur, ce vol est non fumeur. Pour des raisons de sécurité,
Okay.
il est strictement interdit de fumer.
So that's that stuff.
Nous vous informons que fumer dans les toilettes ou porter à
well.
au fonctionnement des détecteurs de
Another load sheet, and that's preliminary as well. It's probably the very same as the last one we had. Indeed, that's looking good. Okay, gonna accept that, and that's it.
Ladies and gentlemen, this is a non-smoking flight.
And Maximus, you have to do a full reset every turnaround, or it won't work for some reason. Yeah, seems right. And G Walker, you're absolutely right. The flaps are set into configuration 1+F under these conditions. Okay, so let's go ahead. Air France 609. Is that what it is? Yes, that's what it is. Okay, cost index 20, cruising in flight level 190. And then for a departure from St. Martin Romeo 10, we'll do the Juliana 2 departure. And our first waypoint on today's flight plan is going to be Zapata. Is that available over here? No. Okay, well, quick look down at the set chart then. Probably gonna fly in this direction over here, aren't we? Alpha 517 airway. Yeah, that's what we had. So it's going to be towards Zapata then. Yeah. Okay, so the SID for that was the S1 transition. Okay, can live with that. Let's see what we got in our box now. So you've got the intercept, and then S1, Zapata. Okay, that's looking good. Okay, arriving from Bimbo again, let's have a look at that routing one more time. So, on-off arrivals, runway 12 coming in from Bimbo. And we've got the straight-in arrival towards Offset. Or we can go down here, number 3. Oh, where's number 3 on this chart? Okay, Ridden down here. Let's see what arrivals we have. Isla Zulu approach coming from Ridden, and the Yankee approach is, well, not really applicable. So we gotta fly down to Ridden and then program the arrival from there. And that means our arrival is gonna be the Bimbo to Zulu arrival. Okay, so it's gonna be an Isla Zulu approach, Bimbo to Zulu, and Ridden transition. Okay. For the engine out, we're just going to copy the active. We'll just manually avoid the mount and fly out to the right hand side, follow the SID. Okay. So then we do need the Juliana VOR over here, PJM. And we can set that up on the 166 radial outbound. Trust 10 miles above 4,000, shouldn't be a problem. Okay, so course 166, here we go. TMCM10 is still correct in here. So let's just go for the preliminary load sheet then for our weights. 57.3. And the zero fuel's the G29.6. Okay, 5.4 tons of fuel on board. And fueling is complete by now, awesome. The seatbelts on and the pumps are also all coming on. That's perfect. Okay, then. We need the flight plan. 0.3, 2.5, 1.1. Okay, fuel is okay for me for now. Let's go ahead and request the current winds. And now for the performance, let's see what we're gonna get. St. Martin runway 10 dry. We'll keep everything optimum here. Let's just calculate 63 tons. Flaps 1, 53 degrees. Okay. If that works, then it works. No intersection, that's fine for me. Okay. So, flaps 1, 53, and the speeds 34, 40, 40.
Nous vous informons que fumer dans les toilettes ou porter atteinte au fonctionnement des détecteurs de fumée est passible de poursuite. Vous pourrez vous déplacer dès l'extinction de la consigne attachée.
So, acceleration gonna be in 1010. Engine out, 1500 is good. And we'll... let's see, we'll cross the restriction, yeah, at level 80, so no problem whatsoever. We can just accelerate all the way. Okay. So, that is fine. Then we're done with the setup. Okay. I do think that that's pretty much it. Flight directors can come on. I don't think there actually is an initial climb published here in St. Martin, but let's have a look. Initial climb, nothing. As soon as practicable, turn right. Okay. That's fine, then we'll just take something like 5,000 or so. That should be good. Routing was checked already. They're just loading the last cargo, it seems. They actually seem to be just about done with that. Awesome. Well, then we'll just quickly say hello to our passengers and off we go. Bonjour mesdames et messieurs, je m'appelle Emmanuel et je suis ton capitaine en notre Airbus A320. I hope that was kind of right. My apologies to my French friends. I'm your captain on your Airbus A320 today on our flight towards Pointe-à-Pitre. Flight time today 30 minutes and we expect a smooth ride at 19,000 feet altitude. We hope that you are going to enjoy your stay on board. Now do relax, sit back and enjoy the flight with us. The cabin crew will shortly commence their safety demonstration that is not just for your own safety but also for the safety of the passengers sitting around you. So please do pay your full attention to that. Thank you for your attention and once again welcome aboard. Okay, so they're done. Just the cargo to go now. Let's see what's the matter there. Does seem loaded already. Probably just a matter of closing the door then. Let's see. Oh, interesting. What are they doing? The cargo did show loaded already, didn't it? And on the aft side they don't even have the baggage door open at all. I guess we don't need to understand this. But I tell you what, I kinda can't be bothered. So reset position. Thank you GSX, for nothing, again. And landing mission, I speak French and German. 320 equals 320. Yeah, sounds a little familiar. It's been quite a while since I had my French lessons in school. Anyway. Set that brake, close that door. Let's see if we can actually get GSX. Yeah, seems like they're doing something. Very good. Just that cargo door is still open. Might just have to close it manually. Here we go. Okay, good. So that's all that stuff. Jordan Williams, hi. We are flying towards Pointe-à-Pitre. Quick 30-minute Caribbean hop. Okay. Ready for the departure briefing then? It's your turn. Pilot monitoring. Okay, MSA-wise, we're looking at 4,100 feet. Takeoff runway 10 on the Juliana 2 departure, climbing 5,000, and the extra fuel and time is now in the region of... it does say 0 in here, but we do have quite a lot of alternate fuel. We definitely won't need that much, so we will be good to go. No hotspots for the taxi. Stop margin rejected takeoff is only a few meters, so we are definitely go-minded if we can today. Engine outset, we make the initial right-hand turn to avoid the large mountain that we see over there. Make a right-hand turn out over the valley that we've got over there. We can make an immediate return if we have to, however we do have better equipment available at our destination Pointe-à-Pitre anyway, so we might just continue there as well. In any case we can return or we can continue as we see fit. I don't have any special or non-standard operation today. What threats do you see for the departure? Well, certainly the mountains. And in order to cover for that, we are going to use the terrain display today. But it is Airbus SOP to only select that during the taxi. So, that's what we're going to do. Okay. Anything? No? Awesome. Then let's do the cockpit preparation checklist. Gear pins and covers removed. Fuel quantity is 5,380 kilogram balanced. Seatbelts on. ADIRS. nav and baroref QNH 1016. Cockpit preparation checklist complete. Okay, and that's it. Fine. Cockpit to ground. Go ahead. So, please confirm doors and hatches closed, ground equipment removed, and airplane is prepared for pushback. Yes, sir, that's all confirmed, and we are ready to go. Roger. So, pushback approved, facing west, park and brake set. Release park and brake, please. Park and brake released. Roger, start the push, stand by for engine start. Stand by. Okay then. So, before start checklist, park and brake. Interesting, why do we see brake pressure there? Definitely shouldn't be any. Okay, that's better now. Takeoff speeds and thrust. So, V1 134, VR 140, V2 140, flex 53. Windows. Closed, beacon on. B4 start checklist complete. So let's just see if we actually ever got a final load sheet. I don't think we did. No, we never did. Okay, well that's fine then. Then we just quickly do that stuff over the mass and balance page. So zero fuel 57.3, CG 30.4. 57.3 / 30.4. And that's takeoff CG 29.4, so that's roughly minus 0.2. Okay, here we go. So that's looking good. Okay, ground, we are starting engines 2 and 1 in that sequence. Roger. Engine 2 start. Are they actually doing the demo? Yes. Okay, pushback complete, set park and brake please. Park and brake set. And we've got a good start on 2, starting 1. Engine 1 start. Fly 320, hi, nice to see you here in the comments. Okay, and number 1 is also running up. Looks like we'll have 2 good starts. Okay, we've got 2 good starts, clear disconnect. Show me the clear signal on the right hand side with a pin please, and have a wonderful day. Flaps are out in 1 already. Okay, and here they are with a clear signal. Perfect, after start checklist please. And the ice off, ecam status checked. Pitch trim, 29.4%. Rudder trim, neutral. After start checklist complete. Okay, it's a fairly short taxi. Let's go ahead and do the flight control check just after we are beyond that first turn, please. Clear right side, clear left side. Brake off, and off we go. Brake check. Pressure 0. Okay. That guy is clear over there. We'll keep the taxi slow since they are still doing the demo. Don't want to be blocking the runway for too long in the end. Or the holding point, as you want to see it, of course. So a little bit of thrust. Don't want to get too slow here. Okay, flight control check. Full up, full down, neutral. Full left, full right, neutral. Rudder, full left, full right, neutral. Okay, no changes to the takeoff briefing. Flight control check is done. Then off we go. Just standing by for the cabin then. Sounds like the demo is done, then the cabin should hopefully be ready any moment now. Wind is gonna be straight down the runway as it looks. Let's see, is there anyone on arrival? No. Okay, well, line up and wait. Just still standing by for the cabin. In my old operator we were not allowed to do this, to line up while the cabin is not ready. In my new operator we do it pretty regularly in certain airports. And here we go, the cabin is ready. Hi, Emmanuel here. Thank you. So packs can come off already, as they do need some 20 seconds here. Taxi checklist. Flight controls, checked. Flap setting, conv 1 plus F. Radar and predictive wind shear. Got on and order. Engine start cell. Norm, ECAM memo, takeoff no blue. Taxi checklist complete. Cabin crew, prepare for departure. So we do have the timing for the packs, that's good. Lineup checklist. Takeoff runway 10 full length. TCAS, Tara, packs 1 and 2. Off. Lineup checklist complete. Are you ready? Okay, takeoff. Manflex 53 SIS, A thrust blue. Thrust set. Checked. 100 knots, checked. V1, rotate. Positive climb, gear up. Nav. We'll start the right-hand turn already. Okay, looks like we're staying well clear of all the terrain over here. That's excellent. Thrust line climb, A thrust. Okay, let's just go ahead and intercept that radial manually here. Flap 0. Speed checked. Flaps 0. And since we never got the load sheet, we completely forgot to set the pack flow selector back to norm, so let's do that now. Better late than never. Pull heading. Open climb heading. And there comes the radial. Here we go, looking good. Radial is intercepted, then we can go back to the nav display as well. Okay, climbing flight level 190. Set. 19,000 blue, nav. Climb. Okay, so the packs are on, the lights are set, and that's everything done. Perfect. Set standard. Standard cross-check, passing flight level 55. Now. Checked. And that's our after takeoff item complete. Alright, excellent. So we made it out once again. And Yannick, I like how you acknowledged the cabin call without understanding a French word. It's like the guy telling his dog, hey, let's go to the vet. In a tone like when they go walking and the dog was mega happy. Yeah. To be fair though, he does give me the cabin clear signal on the eCam as well. So basically we know that they are ready because they have sent us that on the eCam. So it's... In the Phoenix is currently a little bit of a waste of resources there, that you get the call twice. Like, you have it once on the eCam and then you get it via the interphone as well. That is, as we say in German, doppelt gemoppelt. And Abdul Kadir, hello Captain, have a nice flight. Thank you. And Amplify, do I recommend Active Sky? Well, that's a harder one. I would really recommend you to watch my first look video at it. In there I'm going into quite a couple of details. And I don't think I can say it any more extensive than I did in there. Okay, so passing 100, clear and copy please. Okay, that's it. So, Optimal 360, cruise 190. Good enough for me. So, shortcut anyone? Direct to Bimbo, maybe? Actually, I tell you what. Not this time, because when we remember the track of the plane from flight radar, they actually stayed on course. They actually didn't fly direct on this one, so we aren't doing it either. And Flight 320, we are going towards Pointe-à-Pitre. Julio Rodriguez, hi, nice to see you here. Hello Amy, love to see another live stream. Thank you. And G Walker, you're absolutely right. Going back to Pointe-à-Pitre. For hopefully another nice visual approach. But we'll see about that. Let's see. Weather. Requests. Oh god, those GSX window boundaries here are really annoying at times. TFFR. And request. So, weather should hopefully be there any moment. Yes, here it is. So, wind straight down the runway, broken clouds 39, broken 45, broken 56, 31 degrees, 1013. Tempo 4000, showers of rain, CBs. From 1830. Okay, so that is actually quite up to date. Well, not the best weather, but so be it. QNH 1013. Can pre-select that already. Here we go. Tend to say that's the best we can get today. Giulio, on an unrelated but maybe related question, is it me or is the MD-11 FMS architecture pretty much the same as the Airbus? That's correct. And that is actually because of the two FMSs being from the same manufacturer. Now compare the MD-11 with the A300. There you are really going to see similarities. Hey, that's approaching. Look at the islands over here. Beautiful. Really beautiful. Yeah, that's 1,000 to go. Vertical speed. And speed. Flight 320, are you flying the whole short flight manually? Yes, I pretty much am. And Presemo G37, my apologies for probably not pronouncing that correctly. Have I ever flown a glider? I heard that good glider pilots have more experience starting on larger planes after obtaining a license. Well, I have flown gliders. I did start on them for 3 years. Mach out star, I'll cruise. So yes, I did indeed start with gliders, and then after that I went to the club to do the PBL, and after that went to flight school to basically join an ab initio course from after the PPL phase over there. Man, look at the water down there again. That's just so beautiful. The World Update Caribbean really did a great job. It really did an awesome job. So, just waiting until we've completed the turn over there before I'm going to start with the FMS setup. Just by the looks outside, I think it's looking quite good to actually do a visual approach again, but we'll have to see about it. Okay then, let's fly that turn, and afterwards I'm going to start with the FMS preparation. And Flight 320, do you have to have a PPL in order to join commercial aviation training? No. Most schools are going to offer to do the entire training straight away. Okay, here we are. So, enter destination data. Yes, that's what we're about to do. So, Pointer Petra on of arrivals. This one's going from Bimbo down to number 3, and that is Saxos, below 8,000, max 240. And, well, we actually go straight to Ridden. Okay. Oh yeah, Saxos is actually not on the Bimbo arrival. So that's Bimbo to Ridden, and Ridden is above 3,600. From there we join the ILS. That's actually not Yankee, but Zulu that we should have. So, ILS Zulu approach chart towards India Romeo 12 Zulu, which is what we have over here. Then on to the Fox Fox in 3,600. We have a 3.2 degree glide, a little bit steeper than usual, and that's what we have in here as well. And for the missed approach then, Fox Romeo 510, 512, Desto. And we've got 510 as an overfly point, 512, Desto, and we climb to 3,600 feet. Okay, easy going. So with that, our route is already checked. Then let's go on to the RadNav page. We do have the outer marker down there in 4 miles. Okay, and with that we can turn the marker active to do our cross check. Okay, TFFR12 going in here. For the performance, the speed is looking good. So 1013, 32 degrees. And I don't remember the wind, let's just look it up. Oh, plane, why are you climbing? Sometimes it's strange, that stuff shouldn't really happen. The Airbus flubber wire would normally correct for that. Okay, and here we are level again. Okay, perfect. Then, let's see. 31 degrees, not 32. Still more than warm enough. And the wind's 110 at 12. Like so. Okay, landing config 3 again. That time that worked really fine last time without the auto brake. Oops. That one's what I'm looking for. Okay, so quick calculation down here. TFFR12. Let's make its braking action good in case it's wet. Refresh and apply the latest MEDA. So landing weight, if we, let's make it 61.5, then we are safe in any case. 61.5, config 3. Idle reverse, auto thrust off, low auto brake. Manual landing looking good, so we can land. We know that now. Surprise, never would have expected that. Okay, and that's pretty much it. Cypher HRD, hi Emmanuel, are you on the public or are you using Sim Update 15 beta? I'm on the beta. It does work pretty well for me. And it just looks pretty nice as well, doesn't it? I mean, not that this would have anything to do with the beta, to be honest, but you get where I'm going with that. Okay, Okay, Serhan, hi, nice to see you. Hello, Captain. If possible, would you make a post about the crank mode and its functions? I can do that. And Jordan Williams, is this the IndyBuild A320? No, it's not. It's the Phoenix. In my opinion, the best A320 currently out there. Okay, so let's go ahead with our approach briefing, please. Yes, sir. Okay, MSA is 3100. Bimbo to Zulu arrival, ILS Zulu approach runway 12 or visual approach if the weather permits. And looking out there, it does seem to permit it today. Go on trajectory straight ahead via a couple of RNAV points, climbing 3600. Extra fuel is on board. Let's just initiate the descent here, and then we talk about the extra fuel. Thrust idle descent, alt, flight level 100 blue. More drag. No, not today. Okay, extra fuel, 12 minutes, 400 kilograms. Okay, excellent. So the approach is going to be a raw data approach, visual, landing flaps config 3, stop margin is about 1000 meters. Reversers idle, auto brakes off, and planned runway exit is the second exit to the left. No hotspots for the taxi in, nothing special, nothing non-standard. Threats? Nothing? Awesome. Okay, a little bit of terrain in the area, so I'm going to put the terrain display on. Any questions? No. Excellent. Okay then, seatbelt signs are coming on. Here we go. More drag. No. Definitely not. I tell you what, let's do it that way, and let's see, so the airport is right over here, and with that we have the airport in sight. Request visual approach. And then I'd say we're cleared for the visual approach. Flight directors off, bird on, set QNH. Auto thrust off, please. QNH 1013 cross-check passing 15,900 now. Checked. Okay, extend the center line, please. And that's showing us 3,000 feet high. I don't believe you. We are now 33 miles. Nah, not correct. Let's see, we are 37 miles out, 15,000. Yeah, that's going to work out. That is going to work out. We'll stay a little bit higher right now, and then later on we are going to expedite the descent a little bit. I just don't want to get too low too early because of the bird hazard, and of course VFR traffic might be a factor here as well. And Matteo Lasago, hello, in your previous operator, have you also flown the 737 MAX? Yes, I have. And if so, my question is, are there any engine or ICAS indications displayed on the screen by the side of the pilot flying? Well, you can decide on that. You've got a button on the MAX where you can transfer the ICAS to the left and to the right display. So there's a little button that's located somewhere here on the equivalent on the MAX. And with that you can transfer the engine indications over to the other side. And yes, normally we would display that on the pilot flying side. Okay, managed speed. Make that heading of 155 roughly. Here we go. And then let's go ahead and start helping ourselves a bit. That's half speed brake. Okay, getting down pretty nicely. Julian, how do you turn on the probe light in the front? I'm not 100% sure which light you mean with probe light. You probably mean the one for the icing indicator here. That's the ice indicator and standby compass light. That one. That's gonna turn on the light over there. So, passing 10,000. Lights are coming on. Yeah, we can turn the landing system on because we do have an ILS tuned for the approach runway, even though we don't need it, but better to have it than to need it. And apart from that, GPS primary, high accuracy, mode selector, norm. Perfect. Okay, approach checklist please. Bow ref, QNH 1013, seatbelts, on, minimums, no minimums, visual approach, auto brake, off, engine start selector, norm, approach checklist complete. So 20 miles out, so we should ideally be somewhere in about 6,000, so 2,000 high on profile. The speed brake is easily going to solve that. And let's just turn in another couple degrees to the left here, 150. I told you on the first arrival that we would go right over the coral reefs this time, so let's do just that. Airport's located over there. I just really love those visual approaches in the Caribbean. I mean, isn't this completely beautiful? You've got wonderful islands, you've got even more wonderful reefs, and most importantly, there is just nobody who cares that you're not flying the published routes. ATC is going to clear you for pretty much any approach you ask for. And Prozimo, are you planning to do some demonstration videos of pulling an airplane like the A320 out of a deep stall? Honestly, there is no good data available for deep stalls in aircraft like this that developers could use to actually program something like that in the simulator. So I'm afraid I wouldn't know how to realize something like that in the sim. Look at this. Look at this, man. Really beautiful. Really, really beautiful. Okay, 1,000 a run, set go run altitude. 3,600 set. Flaps 1. Speed checked. Flaps 1. Okay, that's the glide slope. Okay, gear down. Flaps 2. Speed checked. Flaps 2. Okay, gotta go a little bit to the right now. Man, this is so nice. This is so incredibly nice, really. Okay then. Thank you, spoilers, don't need you anymore. Flaps 3. Speed checked, flap 3. So just waiting for the cabin again. I'm flying it onto a little bit longer final here because I want to take it over the water and not over the land over here. Don't have to make it too tight, right? But what is the cabin doing? This would certainly be the moment where we would get a little bit nervous now, that the cabin might not get ready in time. I mean, it is a visual approach, so we only need to have them ready by 500 feet, but, you know, if they're not sitting at this point... Here we go. Hi, Emmanuel here. Thank you. Okay, landing checklist. Ecam memo. Landing no blue. Landing checklist complete. Nice, isn't it? Really, really nice. Graphics in this simulator are just so incredible. Speed check, correcting. Right onto the marker. Hey, spoilers, reverse green, decel. Look at that, no auto brakes, and you really get a good deceleration out of the airplane. That's really how you conserve some brake life there. Okay. So, next exit to the left. Okay, we'll vacate the runway and then we'll do the cleanup. And here we are. Okay, after landing checklist, radar and predictive wind shear off, after landing checklist complete. Again, temperatures above 30, so we are still going to keep the flaps out. It does have a tendency to accelerate pretty quickly, doesn't it? Okay, so left turn out. It's not exactly a very tight turn, so speed slightly higher than 10 is acceptable for me over here. And then over we go. Okay, and here we are again. So, GSX one more time. Gate, and this time it's going to be gate number 8, let's say. No follow me needed, thank you. Handling by Air France. Okay, starting APU. Then it should be just about up by the time we reach 3 minutes. Critic Varma. When I pitch 10 degrees for the flare, it never floats, but when you do it, it floats. What are you doing wrong? Well, that's a good question, honestly. My initial idea would be that you are not flying it accurate on the speed, but that you're coming in too fast, and then obviously the plane would float. You gotta be on speed and reduce your thrust early enough in order for the plane to start settling down nicely. That would be like my first idea of what could possibly be wrong there. Okay, gate number 8 is coming up. We do have the APU, we do have 3 minutes. Tell you what, engine 2 shutdown. And ELAC hydraulic pump coming on. Let's save that half a kilo of fuel that we would otherwise use in idle thrust over here. This gate is certainly made for a 777 and not for the A320. But I'm pretty sure they park about everything here that they can possibly get their hands on. Okay, so lights are off. Looking good. So, 320 anywhere out there? Not really, huh? So, brake set, APU bleed on, and shut down. Cabin crew, all doors in park. Okay, engine is coming down. And looking at these gates, they definitely have air conditioning units available. So we are definitely going to be using the ground air on this one. Okay, waiting for the slides. And here we... come on. Go. Perfect. Okay. APU coming off. The chocks are in place, so park and brake can go. Parking checklist, please. Let's park and brake our chocks. Chocks in place. Engines off. Wing light off. Fuel pumps off. Parking checklist complete. Okay, here we are. So that is flight number 3 complete. I tend to say one more. And I did promise we are going to do another flight from the FO seat, so that is what we are going to do. Alright guys, then let's head over to the first officer's seat one more time. Here we are. By the way, nice to note at this point, previously the zoom level of the view used to change when changing between the captain's and the first officer's seat. Looks like they fixed that once and for all. Because now the view is looking really good. Okay, so then let's go ahead and make sure that they connect the preconditioned air. Here we go. And the APU bleed is off so that they're not killing one another. Perfect. Okay, that is very, very good. Then I tend to say we have about one flight to go, so let's just go right back into SimBrief, where we are going to plan the last flight. Or actually, we start with flight radar first of all. So here we go. And you can see Pointe-à-Pitre to Fort de France is the last flight that we are doing, Air France 604. So, new flight, AFR 604, going from PTP to FDF. A320 it is. And of course we'll take the Phoenix. So, our aircraft is the Foxtrot Golf Kilo X-Ray Sierra. And what do we have? Cost index 20. Passengers, not too many. Let's make it 110 today. And that's it. Okay. Let's see what it gives us when we are calculating that flight. Okay, so 1,650 kilos cargo, a bit too much. Let's remove 1,000. We make that 53,500, something like that. So that's 53489, something about that way. Hit calculate, see what we are going to get. Okay, so here is our flight plan. Perfect, so we should be pretty much good to go now. "25 minutes flight time, 16,000 feet. That is looking very good. Okay, and Yannick leaving now. Well, just see you next time, Yannick. Alrighty, so all that good stuff is in. Then let's go ahead and go to my flights, import next flight. Here we go, 32 minutes. Well, I hope they're going to be faster than that. Deboarding is bugging around, interesting. Look at that, how it's varying between the passengers on the deboarding and the full amount that they had previously. It's probably also the reason why the plane is shaking that bit, isn't it? Interesting. Well, I tell you what. Simbrief for the win, huh? Let's just get rid of all that stuff. Reset all, thank you. Import the latest flight, please. Here we go. And the weather over in Fort-de-France is looking excellent. Okay, looks good. So, all that good stuff over here is done. Then let's go ahead and request our latest weather. Or actually initialize the flight. Okay, in a data request. Now, Attila asking, can we use Beyond ATC? I prefer not to right now because I want to conserve my premium voice letters. My apologies for that, my friend. My apologies for that. Okay, and now. Well, those numbers are not correct. Reset. That's probably looking better. Re-import the flight, see what we're going to get. And for the fuel, we just make it 5.4 once again. Okay, apply and load. GSX, go for it please. Thank you. Okay, fueling and boarding will be done, so we'll just leave all that stuff as it is. And there is not all that much to do over here. Good. Okay then, so let's quickly go out for the walk around. This is going to be a quick one though, to make sure that our airplane is actually fit to fly. Interesting changes in the sounds, aren't they? Hi there. Okay, the engine is clear, then let's check the leading edge, make sure that there has not been any bird strike or anything the likes, but this is all looking pretty good. Okay. and this is all good. Okay. So, leading edge is looking good, tailplane looking good, and we go all the way around to the other side. By the way, I'm a little bit disappointed that we cannot see the ground air conditioning unit connected anywhere. It should be plugged into the plane in the middle over here. We'll just check again when we're back on the ground that we actually turned it on, but I do think we did. Okay, engine's looking good, and the wing is looking good as well. No sign of any damages or anything the likes. And so is the leading edge. Alright then, the engine is looking good as well, and the fan blades are okay. Perfect. So, back inside, time to do our setup, and then we can get going for the last one. Okay, so we are AFR 604 today, cost index 20, cruising at flight level. Let's see that once again. By the way, why is there nothing happening over here? What's going on? I do have a feeling something is a little bit broken on this flight. The plane doesn't seem to behave that well. And ProCop, could you please answer my question? Which question was it? Could you do a video about how much of a reverse thrust you need to use for sufficient braking after landing? Well, basically just check out my video on landing performance. I mean, that's pretty much what landing performance is, right? And I have no idea why it's not loading the plane up here. I think doing 4 sectors is probably too much for it. I think we killed it. Okay, we try that once more. Load aircraft. And this time we'll just make it instant, please. Aircraft loaded. Thank you. Send the load sheet again, and at least we now have all that stuff available. Okay, so 16,000 feet, CARTIM 1 Foxtrot departure. So 160. Departure 12, and where is it? CARTIM 1 Foxtrot, here it is. Insert, and for the arrival, probably going to be via Fox Oscar Fox, Romeo 10. So probably the Yankee approach. Yeah, via Fox Oscar Fox, perfect. Okay, PTP X1 was our emergency waypoint. The plane should still have that from our previous sector, and indeed it did. 116 if I'm not mistaken. Let's just cross-check that. Yeah, 116. Awesome. I actually remember some stuff. Never expected that. Okay, well, let's see, what else do we have? Immediate return. So, Tango, Fox, Fox, Romeo, new destination. And we're going to set that up with the ILS Zulu approach. No star, no via. And then on the fix info, TFFR12. Here we go, 116 and FDFX1. Perfect. Actually not FDF, but PTPX1. That's better. Alright, excellent. So we should have our final load sheet by now. Let's have a look. Received messages. Oh, that's a lot of load sheets. Okay, initial. Just gonna accept that because we do have the final by now. Another initial. That's another preliminary. Thank you. And here we go. Okay, 59.5. Wait a moment, that doesn't make sense. 53.5. That makes more sense. And that's gonna be 29.4. Excellent. Block fuel 5.3. So for the fuel figures, what do we have then? 0.3, 2.7, 1.1. Alright, leaving us with minus 0.3. Let's go for the wind. I'm pretty sure the moment we are airborne this is going to fix itself, so I'm not too worried about it at all. Okay, well then, performance. Takeoff, TFFR 1, 2, everything as it is over here, synchronized final load sheet, calculate. Flaps 1, 55 degrees, up trim 0.1. 1/up 0.1, 55 degrees, and 23, 35, 35. Acceleration at 1000, single engine acceleration at 1500, and that's it. Okay, so let's have a look at the departure chart to see if it is worth it. Just to see if it's actually worth it limiting that speed, but that's a star. That's not a sit. For a moment I was like, wait a moment, that does not look right. Okay, well, this is looking better. RNAV departures, runway 12. Okay, initial climb on this departure. Cut in 1 Foxtrot, 7,000. And just go down to the south. Okay, excellent. So we'll take 7,000 up here. Flight directors can come on, constraints as well. Something like this. So refueling is also finished. And then we can turn on the seatbelts. Okay, so let's see, what kind of routing do we have there? Straight ahead to Hadlow, which is an overfly point, then a right-hand turn to Olavi. So 800, Hadlow, overfly, right turn, Olavi, and then down to Khartoum, and that's it. Now, fuel is amber, why is that? Minus 0.3. I'll tell you what, let's just change that alternate here, because 2.7, I probably just didn't work the alternates properly. So if we do have a look at that, here we go, that's better, isn't it? TFFR, here we go, 1.3. Let's go ahead and insert that. TFFR. So right back to where we came from, and then of course that's 1.3. That's much better, and all of a sudden we have half an hour of extra fuel. Who would have thought that? Okay. So, performance is in, all that stuff is in, we checked the route. Our load sheet is looking good. That's it, isn't it? Just gotta check what's going on with the cargo doors down there, because for some reason it looks like they are left open. Well, and we could quickly check the what's going on with the preconditioned air, because I'm pretty sure I connected it. And looking at the temperatures, it's definitely connected. So, does Phoenix actually not have a visual model then of any ground air conditioning unit? That's a little bit of a pity. But okay, if that's it, then that's it. Well, let's go ahead and start the APU. And when the APU is running up, we do the briefing, and then we are going to depart. And Harry asking in the comments, does Air France actually fly these routes? Yes, they do. All 4 of them. So, aircraft loaded over here. That's fine, thank you. Okay, so time for the briefing then. Pilot monitoring, it's your turn. Okay, so, Pointer Petra, runway 12 via the Khartoum 1 Foxtrot departure, climbing initially to 7,000 feet, and the MSA is 2,100. Extra fuel in time, we now have half an hour of extra fuel on board. Okay, I do agree with that. So no hotspots for the taxi route. Stop margin for rejected takeoff is about 100 or about 1,000 meters. Engine outset straight ahead 25 miles, climbing 3,000, MSA 2,100. An immediate return is possible over here. Weather is good for a visual pattern, so if we have to, we are just going to fly a right-hand pattern and come back for an immediate landing. Our takeoff weight is below the max landing weight, so we don't need to worry about any of that stuff. I don't have any specials, I don't have anything non-standard. Do you see any threats for this departure? Well, birds might be a little bit of a threat here, so in case we do a bird strike, we just run the standard engine out procedures and are then going to fly an immediate turn back. Apart from that, I don't really have anything. Let's think about it for a second, but no, not really, huh? Nope. Happy like that. Okay, sounds very good. So then, is there anything left that we can do? Not really. I'll say hello to the passengers then. Ladies and gentlemen, a very warm welcome from the flight deck. This is your captain speaking. My name is Emmanuel, and in the name of Air France, you're very warm welcome aboard our Airbus A320 on our flight to Fort de France. Flight time today 25 minutes at the cruising altitude of 16,000 feet. We would like to once again welcome you aboard. Hope that you are going to enjoy your stay, and if there is anything we can do for you to make the flight more comfortable, please do not hesitate to ask any of our cabin crew. The cabin crew is shortly going to demonstrate the safety features on board this Airbus A320 aircraft. I would like to ask you to pay your full attention, as that is not just for your own safety, but also for the safety of the passengers sitting around you. Once again, you're all very warm welcome aboard. Sit back, relax, and enjoy the flight with us. Okay, so these gentlemen are now dealt with. So, in that case, let's go ahead and prepare that aircraft. So, cockpit preparation checklist, please. Gear pins and covers removed. Fuel quantity. That's 5,320 kilos balanced. Seatbelts on. ADIRS. nav and barrel ref. QNH 1013. Cockpit preparation checklist complete. Okay, so with that, I'd say we're pretty much good to go. APU is running. Okay, brake is set. They're preparing the plane. That's good. Ground from cockpit. Go ahead. So please confirm ground checks are complete and all doors and hatches are closed and the airplane is prepared for pushback. Now that's all confirmed, and we will call you in a moment when we're ready to push. Roger, merci. Okay, there was one ops message left. Yeah, delay code. They can give me a call if they want to. On short flights like this, you know, there's barely any time available. Okay, why is the front cabin door open? That's definitely not supposed to be. Close one left, please. Thank you. Okay. So they are starting the demo. We can go for the push any moment now. Wait a moment. What is GSX? Did they literally just start aborting? Oh god, GSX, why? Why? GSX, reset position. Okay, APU bleed on. So, prepare position for pushback and departure, handled by Air France. Merci beaucoup.
de fidélité flying.
I don't know, sometimes GSX is just doing GSX things.
In your air front.
Okay, at least they are now removing the jetway. And at least we now know why they opened the door. I mean, it's a step in the right direction, isn't it? And Metal Eye, a bird strike on landing maybe for the end. Well. Oh, by the way, something I wanted to show you on the taxi in already. Have a look at the markings on the ground there. Have you flown on a Boeing 878 yet? Beautiful little typo, isn't it? That's what beta testers would be good for. And Eurocontrol Lines has asked earlier, what do you use to operate the camera? Just the standard Microsoft controls really. So in order to look around, I'm usually using the right mouse key. Sometimes I'm fixing it in place using the middle mouse key, and for the walk around I'm using the drone camera. I actually did a separate video on the topic of walk arounds in order to just explain that in a little bit more detail. Okay, so before start checklist please. Park and brake, set, takeoff speeds and thrust. So we've got V1 123, VR 135, V2 135, flex temperature 55. Windows. Closed. Bacon. Tasty. Before start checklist complete. Okay, ground from cockpit. Go ahead. So we're clear to push runway 12, park and brake set. Roger. Stand by. So, ground speed indication at the gate. That's actually not as strange as it sounds. After a long-haul flight, when the IRS had a little bit of time of drifting, you can easily get something like 5 knots of ground speed or something. That's completely normal. For once, not a bug. Incredible. Okay, so runway 12 in use, release park and brake please. Park and brake released, clear to push. And Jérôme J, briefing in French. Well, maybe at some point. Alright then, so standing by for clearance to start the engines. Once we're beyond the line over here. Are they actually conducting the briefing now? No, don't think they're quite there yet. I might have confused them by resetting GSX though. Gotta give them that. Okay, ground. We are starting engines 2 and 1 in that sequence. Engine 2 start. Okay, push complete, set brakes.
May we please have your attention?
Brake set. We've got a good start in engine number 2, starting engine number 1. Avail. Engine 1 start. So now she's literally standing there doing nothing, huh? No comment on that. Okay, there she comes. So, 2 good starts, clear disconnect, show me the sign on the right please. Have a wonderful day, bye now. So, there she is, and she is holding a pin. After start checklist please. Anti-ice, off, ecom status, check, pitch trim. That's... what? 28%. Rudder trim. Neutral, after start checklist complete. Okay, clear left side, clear right side, and the park and brake is off. Brake check, pressure 0. Flight control check. Full up, full down, neutral, full left, full right, neutral, rudder, full left, full right. Interesting, I pressed the disconnect button. Why did it? No comment on that. Okay, so be it. Looks like it is a bit of a day, so I don't know, I have a feeling something's gonna happen on this flight. I really have a feeling something is gonna happen. Who knows, Medlar, you might get your wish after all. Seeing how these things are going right now. And Lockheed, hi again, just came back. Are we taxiing out for another leg? Yes, we are. We're flying it back home to the home base where we came from earlier today. Back to Martinique. Okay, quick look on the TCAS to see if there is any traffic arriving. Nope, there isn't. Perfect, then we can backtrack. Okay, clear right side and clear left side. So let's see if there is another set of stairs standing on the runway this time. Okay, looks like the cabin is about to get ready. Yeah, that sounds about like it. Bonjour, Emmanuel here. Merci. Okay, taxi checklist. Flight controls, checked. Flap setting, conform plus F. Radar and predictive wind shear, on and auto. Engine start cell, norm. Ecam memo, takeoff no blue. Taxi checklist complete. Okay, there is a little bit of terrain nearby. I'm going to use the terrain display. You can stay on weather radar. Yeah, in case of emergencies, good weather on both sides, we can simply make a visual pattern and come back if we need to. And that's about it. And Mitchell Taylor, I just want to say that I really enjoy when you do the multi-sector streams. Well, thank you, I do hope so. That's why we do them after all. Cabin crew, prepare for departure. Okay. So, lineup checklist. Takeoff runway. 12, full length. Chicas, Tara. And the packs 1 and 2 are off. Lineup checklist complete. Alright, are you guys ready? Approach area is clear. Man, that must be so beautiful with the water directly at the runway here. Imagine that in the real world. That must be really beautiful. Okay then, let's make it a rolling takeoff. Timing. Takeoff. Manflex 55, SAS runway, A thrust blue. Thrust set. .100 knots. Checked. V1. Rotate. Oh, what's that? Engine fire. Positive climb. Gear up. Nav. Checked. Pull heading. Heading. So let's see, 5 units of trim. Autopilot 2. Okay, ECAM actions. Engine 1 fire. And indeed, that's the fire push button illuminated and the fire light as well. Okay, so thrust lever 1 idle. Confirm. Thrust lever 1 confirmed. Idle. Engine master 1 off. Confirm. Engine master 1 confirmed. Off. Engine 1 fire push button push. Okay. Confirm. Engine 1 fire push button confirmed. Push. Agent 1 after 8 seconds discharge. Agent 1 discharge. So that's fire. Agent 1 discharge. ATC notify. Mayday, mayday, mayday. Air France 604. Engine failure. Proceeding on the runway track. Standby. Okay, 1500. Push to level off. Okay, activate secondary. Direct 2, PTPX1. Nav. Or not yet, nav blue. That way around. Okay, Agent 2, discharge. Yeah, it's still burning. So, fire. Engine 1, Agent 2, discharge. Flap 0. Speed checked. Flap 0. Okay, thrust MCT, open climb. Why is it not flying the green dot speed? Should be doing that. Okay then, climbing 3000 please. And the engine fire memo is still shown. The fire is still burning. Okay, well, I'll tell you what. Mayday Air France 604. Engine fire will make a right-hand traffic pattern coming back runway 12. Okay, heading 300, leveling off over here. Extend center line. Speed out star. Decelerate. Nope, surely not. Okay, so right-hand traffic pattern coming back. Runway is down there. Let's see, the fire is still burning. Darn it. Okay, starting APU. And let's see, right hand side is operative. Pack 2 on. Responsible cabin manager to interphone. Responsible cabin manager to interphone. Okay, this is the captain. We've got an engine fire not extinguishable. We are returning to Pointe-à-Pitre, landing in approximately 5 minutes. We will evacuate on the runway. Please read back. Okay, so we are going to return to runway 30, landing in 5 minutes and evacuating on the runway. Yeah, that's correct. Please prepare the cabin and do the SOS demo. Okay, these guys are taken care of. So, LS coming on, auto brake, medium, we'll stop it right on the runway. APU avail, perfect. Okay, so, engine is still on fire. And for some reason the entire thing has broken my flight plan again. I hate it. TFFR. Why can't I enter my landing runway? Oh, god darn it. That's exactly what you need. The plane braking when you need it the most. Okay. Config 3. Config 3. What's the ILS frequency? You might quickly program that manually. Zulu 12, 110.3, 116. For real. Okay, here we go. Good enough. Okay, so clear engine 1. Clear engine 1. So that's our runway down there. Hello, Emmanuel here. Thank you. Okay, that's our landing runway right down there. Autopilot off. Flaps 1. Speed checked. Flaps 1. Okay, just remove all that nonsense here, please. Thank you. Flight directors off. Bird on, set runway track. Cancelling that in a second. Silence, thank you. Okay, turning base. Flaps 2. Speed checked. Flaps 2. Gear down. So, the fire is still burning. Mayday Air France 604, we still have the engine on fire. We are going to evacuate on the runway. Please have the emergency services on standby. Okay, flaps 3. Speed check, flap 3. Okay, that's our landing runway right over there. Landing checklist, ECAM memo, landing no blue. Landing checklist complete. So here comes the glide slope. Engine is still burning. Which, funnily enough, you cannot see. But okay.
1,000.
Checked. Okay, glide slope. Check correcting. Okay, auto thrust off. I want that little bit of extra control here through the thrust changes. Okay, reset trim. Spoiler, reverse green, decel. $70 knots. Okay, brake set. So the fire is still burning. Yep, I do agree on that. Okay, in my evac checklist. Aircraft and parking brake. Stopped. On. VHF-1 ATC notify. Mayday Air France 604 evacuating. So, cabin crew via PA alert. Attention crew on station, attention crew on station. So, differential pressure only if manual cabin pressure has been used. That is not the case. So, all engine masters off. Off. All fire push buttons, engine and APU push. All pushed. All engines, engine and APU as required. Okay, so it's only the left side, both have been discharged, nothing more we can do. Okay, if evacuation required, yes, it is required. Passenger evacuation, passenger evacuation. All batteries off. And that's the emergency evacuation checklist complete. Time to get out of here. Oh, and the lovely Phoenix brought me a ground power. Well, thank you for that, I suppose. Yeah, you can commence deboarding, but kindly do it in the quick fashion way, please. Okay, it's number 1 burning, so obviously they will only be evacuating on the right-hand side. This is more like a realistic setup here. Okay, well, my friends, that was a little bit of a different thing there. I do hope you enjoyed that one. Now, let's have a look into the comments. I couldn't read a single comment there during the maneuver because obviously, well, we have been a little bit busy there. Okay, so let's have a look there. Mosoto, for a moment, FADEC wasn't isolating the engine. You could see all the indications. Yeah, I do believe that's normal. On the A330 at least it is. Pouring water. What if there would be runway incursion? Would you still land or go around? In these conditions, as long as I don't crash into that bloody aircraft, I would land it. You know, put it in the grass if you need to. And Jib 58, ATR to Fort de France now. Nah, not really, huh? Alright guys, so I do hope you enjoyed this one. This was surely a little bit a different kind of an ending for the live stream. Certainly something nicer than all the standard arrivals. A couple of explanations then on one of the maneuvers that we did there. You could see that initially I followed the standard, initially we followed the engine out procedure, climbing straight ahead towards the FDF X1. But when it became clear that we could not extinguish the engine, that was obviously the point where everything changed and where we had to deviate from the standard procedure and basically just put the plane onto the ground as quickly as possible. There were a couple of options of what we could have done at that point. We were like, I don't know, 10, maybe 15 miles into the opposite direction already, so obviously we could just have done a procedure turn and came back landing into the opposite direction. With an engine on fire that you cannot extinguish, that is an option you should consider. However, we had like 11 or 12 knots of wind straight down on runway 12, so doing the opposite and landing in runway 30 would be kinda, well... Also, it was good that we had a little bit of extra time available there in order to prepare the airplane for the landing. Overall, came in with a visual traffic pattern. That is exactly the thing to do in a situation like this. Flying out 10 miles, then coming back, you know, that would have taken an additional 5 minutes. And you never know what might happen with the airplane in those 5 extra minutes. When you got a fire that you cannot extinguish, then you really just want to get that plane down onto the ground as quickly as possible. Apart from that, well, obviously I did not bother going into all the single engine approach procedures in details there, because that is stuff that you can do when you have time available. If you've got an ordinary engine failure, no fire or anything the likes, then or an extinguished fire, then by all means do take all the time you need to run through the entirety of the checklists. If you've got an engine fire that you cannot extinguish, just put it onto the ground, because you never know what might happen next. And well, that is what we did. Then obviously we evacuated right on the runway, and well, we just used the right-hand doors for it, because number one obviously would have been burning over here, and the cabin crew would look out the window when the evacuation command is given. They see the thing is on fire on the left side, so they just evacuate on the right-hand side. That's it. Well, and from there on, it just becomes a lot of paperwork. So, Julia Rodriguez is asking, when you're manually trimming the rudder, do you feel the pedal pressure relieving? Yes, you absolutely would in the real plane. In the simulator it's a little bit more difficult, but in the real plane you absolutely would. And indeed, once you trim it through the point to which you actually have deflected the pedals, once you trim it through that, the pedals would actually start moving into the direction of the rudder trim. So that way you can really easily trim it out, not a problem at all. Yeah, then just get the autopilot on, reduce your workload, and fly the plane back. That's pretty much it. That's all there is to it. So, well, I do hope that you enjoyed this one. With that, I think we pretty much talked about the engine failure. I do have a couple of dedicated videos on that topic that you can have a look at on the channel. And then I see you all again on the next live stream. Not 100% sure if I can promise you at what time that's going to be. You know, flying long haul, it's a little bit hard getting all the time I want in order to do those live streams, because they usually have to happen at the same time when my girlfriend is at home, and obviously we don't even see each other that much due to the long haul flying. So obviously I do prefer to use the time for her rather than using it for streams, but every now and then she's out, and that's when I'm doing live streams. Well, so thank you very much, everyone. I do hope you enjoyed that one. Now, Rasmus has been asking, any video coming out on the MD-11 soon? Probably. Once the feature-complete version is available, I'm pretty surely going to cover it. But, yeah, we'll just have to see how that is going to turn out. So in the meantime, thank you very much for watching, everyone. I do hope that you have enjoyed this one. So, as always, let me know what you think about the live stream in the comments below. I'm very much looking forward to your feedback. Also, let me know what you think about my little bit different approach to the stream today of just doing these ultra short flights over here, doing a lot of manual flying in these. And, well, I think the only situation in which I use the autopilot on this entire, what is it now, 4 hours live stream? Something like that? Yeah, 4.5 hours even. The only time I used the autopilot was on the engine failure. And I tell you honestly, I was tempted a little bit to keep it off, but I thought like, well, no. I'm not going to keep it off just for the sake of flying the, of having the ability to say that I flew the entire live stream manual. That would have been a little bit wrong. So obviously put it in. But apart from that, I do hope that you enjoyed these. And as always, if you're up for more, don't forget to like, comment and subscribe if you're up for more, and then I see you all again right on the next one. Now finally, Metal Eye, same, enjoyed the manual flying, would love to see it on the 737. I would love to do that as well, but unfortunately the atmosphere in the simulator is so unstable, you just need to pay constant attention and then you can't do system setups and stuff like that. I can tell you on the other hand side though, there is another airliner coming pretty soon that is fully fly-by-wire equipped, so on that one, I'm pretty sure it's going to be possible. I can tell you already that I've done flights of about an hour length on that other airliner fully manually, and it is really a real joy to fly, so you can be pretty sure that you will see me doing that eventually. Alright guys, thank you very much for watching then. I do hope you enjoyed this one. Let me know in the comments below, and I see you all again.